have the October 19th meeting of the Volusia County Council, and at this time we will have public participation. You can come and speak on any item that's not on the agenda. If you fill out a card, we'll give you 3 minutes to share your thoughts. And Carl Dombeck is here from the SBA Disaster Relief Agency, I guess, and share some information with us on how we can help serve you small businesses that need help in disaster recovery. So
Chairman Kelly, thank you very much. Chairman Kelly, council members, my name is Carl Dombeck. I represent the U.S. Small Business Administration's Office of Disaster Assistance, which is a vital part of the federal disaster relief effort. Now, Chairman Kelly, you mentioned something that is really built into our message, and that is, in times of disaster, we help far more than just small businesses. We help large businesses, not-for-profits, and surprisingly to a lot of people, homeowners and renters as well. Now, the help we're able to offer is in the form of low-interest disaster loans that are structured to help them get back to normal, to get back to pre-Irma conditions, rebuild their homes, replace their personal property, rebuild their businesses. They're structured in a way that really makes me very proud to represent them. They're structured to make recovery affordable. Terms can go as long as 30 years. There are some very generous limits. Businesses can borrow up to $2 million for physical damage, economic injury, or some combination of the two. Homeowners can borrow up to $200,000 to replace their home or real estate, another $40,000 for personal property, and that limit also applies to renters. If perhaps your apartment was destroyed or damaged, you've had to move somewhere else, the landlord will take care of the building, but you need to replace your furniture, your clothes, your other appliances, and such as that. So these are low-interest loans. In the most part, I would say 90% are offered low-interest rates. Homeowners are offered 1.75% interest, not-for-profits 2.5%, and businesses in this disaster 3.305%. I know that's getting out to the third decimal point, but we're the government. We have to do that. They are the most simple accounting 101 loans you could possibly envision. Simple interest, fixed for the term of the loan, no points, no closing costs, no origination fees, no application fees, and importantly, no obligation to take them. If they're offered and you don't feel that you need them, or you don't feel that it would be appropriate, you can decline it. If you decide within 6 months that, gee, the insurance didn't pay me as much as I need, I could probably use that loan, we can reactivate that within 6 months. Now, it's important, and the reason I'm here today is that we are 3 weeks from the filing deadline. It's important that anybody who is affected by Irma register with FEMA first at disasterassistance.gov. That's the easiest and most accurate way. They have a phone number, but you'll sit on hold for a while. I don't know what a while is, but it's a while. After that, if you are presented with an SBA disaster loan application, whether you're a business, a homeowner, or a renter, complete it and return it. Especially for homeowners and renters, it is vital that we have the completed application, because if we look at that and say, you're right, a loan would not be right for you, we will then refer you back to FEMA for potentially additional grant assistance. But if we don't get the application, it's as though you're saying, I'm fine where I am, and if that's the case, it is fine. But if you're not, then the process stops and there's no additional help for you. So it's vital to return that application and get it back to us so we can make the determination. Now, if we are able to offer you a loan, the first payment will not be due for 1 year from the date you sign the note. Our administrators in Washington made the decision that with Irma and Harvey and hurricanes yet to be named, there's enough out there that you're going to have to really work to get these people out to your house to fix it, and we don't want you to have to start paying back the loan at least until some work is done. So that's why there's a year deferment. And they are direct loans from the federal government. No bank is involved. And we work with each disaster victim to tailor these as much as possible to your circumstances to help you recover, rebuild, and basically get on with your lives.
Thank you very much, Carl, for coming and sharing this. I know that you're going to get with Joanne,
yes,
if you haven't, and give her all the information so we can get that out to the public and put it on the website to make it available to as many people as possible. Thank you very much. Have a great day. I have no other cards for anyone at this time, so we will close the meeting for public participation, and we will see you back here at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, that's a good level though, where it was.
Hey, hey, Jeff.
Hello there. We have you live in the chambers. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and mute until the meeting actually starts.
Okay.
All right?
Okay, very good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Patterson says
Good
hi.
morning.
Good morning.
Okay.
Okay, we have about 2 minutes, a little bit less than 2 minutes. We'll start the meeting at 10. So just giving you a heads up. Everybody seems nice and quiet, which is kind of unusual before a meeting, but we'll be back with you in 1 minute and 12 seconds.
Mr. Chair, we're
Yes.
ready. We're ready.
You ready? It's 10 o'clock, and welcome to the October 19th meeting of the Volusia County Council. We'll call the meeting to order. And today we have the invocation will be offered by Pastor Mark Schrade of the Sanctuary at DeLand. And I'm going to ask the council if you'll stand, and then which will be followed by the pledge. Those of you who desire to stand may do so. Thank you.
Let us pray. Our Father and great God, eternal King of the universe, we honor you today. Thank you that the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof and all the inhabitants thereof. So Volusia is yours and we are yours, and we invoke your presence here today. We also invoke your prosperity upon all of our citizens, Lord, the protection upon every one of our residents. Keep our first responders safe from all harm and danger. Enable them as they minister so wonderfully. Lord, we thank you for this county council. We pray for them and your provision of wisdom, your provision of guidance. Many of the plans of man, but the Lord's plans prevail. We pray that your will is done on earth as it is in heaven, and everything to be deliberated here today. Lord, we will give you thanks as we pray that in all things that, Lord, your providence is done, and that, Lord, in all ways we ask you to put a banner of love over our county. We love Volusia, and we know that you love Volusia. So, Lord, may your blessings be seen, and may your prosperity be evident, your protection clear, and your providence sure. Lord, bless America and bless Volusia in this meeting today. We pray in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen.
You have to walk this.
For those of you that are here and those of you listening online, just want you to know that the leader of your faith community is invited to give the invocation. It's open to all, and so if you'd like to do that, just please contact Marcy at here or send me an email, and we will make sure that that happens. This time we will have the roll call.
Miss Denise,
Miss Dennis is...
Here.
Oh, she is here.
she's appearing telephonically.
Okay, sorry.
Dr. Lowry,
Here.
Mr. Patterson,
Here.
Ms. Post,
Here.
Ms. Wheeler, Ms. Cusack, Mr. Kelly.
Here. And with that, everyone is attendance either here or by
Yes, sir.
telephone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any comments by anyone, Mr. Deneen, on the consent?
No, sir.
No comments on the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to pull anything from the consent? Do I hear a motion for approval of the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Made by Mr. Patterson, seconded by Ms. Post. I guess we can't do we need to do a roll call because Ms. Dennis can't hear, can she? She can hear now? Okay. If you'll
Yes,
just,
I can hear.
okay.
I'm good.
all in favor, say aye. Aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, like sign. I should have just, okay, motion passes unanimous.
That's a 7-0 vote.
And now we will move to item 2, and this is a update on the master plan, and Marilyn Ford.
Good morning, Marilyn Chandler Ford, Director of Special Projects. I'm very happy to be here today and talk about the third quarter of the Dynamic Master Plan, which is for calendar year 2017. This quarter, from July through September, 29 matrices from divisions and departments were updated. 26 were due to something the council did. That does not cover all of the activities because some matrices had 2 or more accomplishments. Compare that with our last quarter, second quarter, 16 matrices were updated, and the first of this year there were 8. So try as hard as I did to summarize this in one page, y'all accomplished so much between council and the manager and staff, I just couldn't get it to one page. To review for everyone, the county's mission is to provide responsive and fiscally responsible services for the health, safety, and quality of life of our citizens. We do that today, and our vision for today and into the future is to be a community rich with resources and opportunities today and for generations to come. As a means to summarize all of the work, we have 3 goals and objectives, and so what I've listed here for the goal of thriving communities are just some broad bullets and a lot of accomplishments. You worked addressing the needs of the homeless, near homeless, and preventing homelessness. You addressed mobility, acute care services, social services, safety needs, responded to disaster and emergency needs of the community, which we were not anticipating, but we've gotten quite good at. You acted with an eye to the future, protecting our natural environment, planning for growth and the quality of life, and you acted on infrastructure and capital projects. You achieved 2 major projects. You completed the boardwalk at New Smyrna Dunes Park and Doyle Road paving from Providence to Saxon Boulevard. And you had a number of interim achievements. Your second goal and objective, economic and financial vitality. You encourage business. You approve multiple grants, contracts, and fees which either produce revenue or offset our costs. You acted with fiscal responsibility for efficiency and sustainability in services and decisions you made, and you developed and retained a workforce that is diverse and has varying job opportunities. And you're going to hear about that in a couple minutes from Human Resources. The third goal and objective, excellence in government. And what you did was really about the power of partnerships, recognizing our history and brand. Volusia County is a great place to live, work, and play. High level of customer service, and you met expectations for quality. I know I have summarized that pretty quickly. There's a lot of work, a lot of matrices. I know you have them for the public at home, our listening audience. They're available on the web. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Thank you, Marilyn.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Deneen, now on item 3, or I guess,
Yes.
George.
What I'm going to do is introduce.
Okay.
George is going to do the capital piece of the update. The nice thing, together with what Marilyn said and what George is going to say, you can look at it this way. It's sort of a report card on the council themselves for the last quarter. This process, I think, really works well because you do so many things that it gets lost sometimes. This one way to keep track of what we do. And in the case of the Capitol, George is going to tell you what's happened because of something like the hurricanes also. George?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Honorable Council. I'm just going to go over our capital project piece of this. But, as Jim had mentioned, of course, we've actually had 2 hurricanes within the last fiscal year. So eventually it was going to catch up to us in a few of these projects, and it has. There's some other things, and there's some good news in here. We got one project, Marilyn mentioned, the fishing pier part of the New Smyrna Dunes was completed actually ahead of schedule, and the actual remaining parts of the boardwalk through that park are on schedule, and that's pretty amazing considering, that's been right out there taking some of the brunt of the storm. Just kind of going down through the list here, though, out at Lemon Bluff Park, we did have a little bit of a delay there where we're doing a little bit of a design change. That's where we're taking it out, and we're actually meeting with the neighbors. So that's a good thing. It just added a little bit of time. But Shell Harbor Park was definitely hurricane delayed a little bit in that process to get it started. No sense to start it when you can't hardly get to that area right now because of the high water in the St. Johns River area. There was a slight change order on the airfield rescue firefighting facility, but that's expected to be opening here. We hope to have that complete at the end of this month. Some of the other projects you see, the terminal roof and canopy rehab, that's the area out front of the airport, that's done. It's completed. Just down a little bit farther, the terminal renovations we've talked about, that's really been, we've been in the process of negotiating with an architect for that project, and coming up with a fee schedule with them. So we'll get moving here shortly. And then a few more hurricane victims, the Branch Jail roof. Now's not the best time for us to be doing roofing projects with roofs that are out there and the stress on that industry. So that was delayed a little bit there, but we're still expected, we just pushed it out 1 quarter. Some of the other projects down, some of the off-beach parking, we did do a design review. Again, we're looking at talking to the neighbors on the one on 726 North Atlantic, and a little bit of a design change on the 650 Atlantic Avenue. There's some question, and I know Councilperson Denny's out there. There's some question on 10th Street, so I figured I'd put a little bit of time into that. The history of that goes back almost 10 years. 10th Street, as many of you know, runs between Mission Road and US 1, and it's the border between New Smyrna Beach and Edgewater. It also has New Smyrna Beach High School was built on that road, and of course Daytona State College has a satellite campus there. When that road was planned, we worked with the school board, we worked with the cities, and it was phased in such a way to make sure that we got the high school and the areas around the school expanded first. And that's been completed. It was completed several years ago. But the final link between where we stopped the widening, and it's just a very short period length. I think it's less than a quarter of a mile to US 1. Of course, you cross the FEC Railroad, and if you've ever had to deal with the railroad, I can tell you some history of my past. When I first came into college, I was trying to push the railroad around, and I quickly got told that, son, you're crossing my railroad. And that is the way. The railroads, have the jurisdiction. You cross them by permit. So you're really at their mercy. And we've, Jerry and the gang, he could explain some of the interesting turns of events with the railroad. The railroad got sold in the middle of this, so then we had to kind of start over again with a new engineering team. So we've worked diligently, but the good news is I think we have something in sight finally. We have a design. That particular, there's a big crossing there. You have the Gabordi Canal that comes right down. So, you know, you're not talking about just laying new track. It's a big box culvert. And so it's a very complicated project. So, but the good news also in that is, as part of it, we may be picking up some extra land for a big stormwater project that will help clean the Mosquito Lagoon and helps take some of the pollutants out of the Gabordi Canal. So it's a kind of a win-win situation where we're working with another property owner there. So that agreement will be coming before you hopefully in a few weeks, a few meetings. And but that should not delay where we're at with the project itself. It's not. It's where our stormwater is going to go, but it's not tied directly to the railroad. So we hope to be moving forward with that project and with this new twist to it. There's been some, of course, stuff in the paper. So most of you saw what happened on the crane tipping over on the Veterans Memorial Bridge. That again, I've said this in some of the previous meetings. It's a little early to officially say they're behind, but you know, you don't really, you know, when you tip over a crane, you have 2 hurricanes. You know, they're running behind. They're a big company. They have the opportunity to maybe bring in more resources and make up some of the gap. We don't know if they'll choose to do that or not. However, I could tell you that the manager himself has met with vice president of the company and their upper staff, and Mr. Britton and his team are managing it along with the Department of Transportation, which is a critical partner with us because, again, this is a federally funded project, and it's important that everything, just like we talk about on the FEMA world, everything, well, same thing really with the Federal Highway Administration. You have to work with them very closely on anything that's out there, and we're doing that. And then Turnbull Bay, that bridge is still on time, and that's gonna, again, they're a great company down there, and they've worked around flooding conditions and things. I was also going to mention the Park Avenue 3-lane widening. That actually has an adjustment in the positive because we got some land faster than we thought. So that one actually may have moved up a little bit in schedule. And just making sure. Yep. And then that's it. We completed a few things there. John had the Plymouth Avenue traffic signal. One last thing, the Deep Creek Aquifer Performance Test Well. That got shoved out just a little bit, but that's really had to do with preparing a good scope. It's a test well. It's important we get it right. Mike has secured some grants and stuff for that. So, but we expect it to actually, it was originally to be done by the 3rd quarter of this year, and we think it still will be. So that's it.
Okay. Any questions? Ms. Wheeler?
Mr. Chair?
Deb's on the line.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I would just like to thank Mr. Rechtenwald for addressing those concerns on the 10th Street widening. That, for some reason, is just getting a lot of attention from the citizens. It's been an ongoing project, but when it's done, it's going to be fantastic. So thanks for literally the twists and turns that have occurred in this particular one. So thank you for addressing those, because there's quite a few people listening today on this particular item. So thank you, Mr. Rechtenwald.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, I was going to go to Deb after that, but
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
okay.
I just would like to have a little bit of an update on the record. I know City Island's been impacted greatly by the hurricane, and I do have quite a few people in my district that are calling about that, and they're getting the vibe that this is going to be closed forever and everything. Of course, we've got the playground going, but that's the least amount of the problems right
George.
now. If you can kind of
George, do you want her, or do you want?
just,
I think, well, Donna, if you're talking about the City Island Library,
yes.
yeah, and that's not on the capital list because
I know.
it's a repair, but Donna, she can update you exactly where that's at.
That kind of goes with the playground, of course, is
Playground, I can tell you what happened there. It definitely was.
That is on the
That was
capital.
affected by the hurricane, but also there was a fence issue. We had to change out a particular design of the fence, and that's the city's side of it. So
Right.
they're handling that, and then of course, in a way, there's serendipitously, it worked out. I mean, we didn't have all that out there because we had damage
Yeah.
in it.
We also are
Right.
not going to do anything to finish or dedicate the playground
Okay.
until the library is up and running. So those two things will go hand in hand, and that will push it back because we plan on doing a pretty significant dedication there.
Thank you.
Ms. Cusack, I see you trying to push the button.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to further engage in that piece is the fact that Commissioner White and I have been working with the playground, and it's kind of like on hold for right now until we see where we are as far as the library is concerned. So that is progressing quite well, but now we are kind of like
If I might
in
just,
limbo. And I want to ask just on another subject about the debris. Did you say exactly, give me a little update as to where we are with the debris pickup from the hurricanes?
There was a good article today. I haven't checked with John yet, but I think we're approaching nearly, I think it was 185,000 cubic yards as of yesterday. I will tell you that Phillips and Jordan, our debris contractor that did step into the hole and take this on, I think it's now up to about 70 vehicles. So they've really, that's starting to approach the strength that we had in Matthew. So they really, in the last few weeks, have really started adding resources.
I think the answer should be.
Yeah, actually,
what
as of
percent-
today, 94. So they're really just loading in, 94 vehicles now. Well, remember, we started with about 25. So they've almost quadrupled the equipment and stuff that's out there over the last few weeks. So we're.
I think the answer, people don't care about how many trucks, I don't think.
That's
I think
right.
they care about
I wanna know
what
when-
percent
What
of people
percentage of people are
been
still?
picked up and what happened.
Well, I can tell you, yeah, we're about
That's where I was
40%.
going, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we're about 40%. If you look at it, we estimate between 500,000 and 600,000 cubic yards. We're, as of yesterday, the total was 196,000 cubic yards of vegetation, another 21,000 cubic yards that the county picked up. So you're actually over 200,000 cubic yards.
Okay, but again,
So
I
that's
think-
about 40% of the pickup.
So
We're
Is
Based
there
upon
any, am I speaking, Mr. Chair?
sorry.
Thank you. I was just wondering if there was any way that we could kind of give an idea to the residents as to, in different areas or segments, are you on unincorporated area in outside of Ormond Beach or New Smyrna Beach? What about on the west side
Yeah.
of
Well, I
the
can
land?
tell you
Where are
now, we literally have vehicles in just about every unincorporated area of the county. And we've moved from the hardest hit area in and around into like around DeLand. I know that they're right along Boundary Avenue, and you know, a lot of people don't really realize where the DeLand boundaries are, but we're in and around all of western DeLand, southern DeLand. We are all through
up
DeLand
around
Springs
15A, from Boundary to
15A.
15A on out, or
and down
where are
into,
you in that area?
we're, I think.
Well, that would be appreciated,
Yeah, we
because
can-
I'm
we
getting
can
lots
actually-
of calls
We're
on
mapping
this.
everywhere where they're going, so we'll show you exactly where vehicles are.
But the statistic I think the chair was getting at, that by early November to mid-November, we'll have the full first pass done.
Right.
So we'll be done. That'll be the first pass through all the neighborhoods. And then you're looking at whatever was left in terms of the second pass, and that's when we do the private roads. So that'll come after that. A lot of it has to do with how many more
Right.
trucks they
See,
put out.
yeah.
One other thing people have to remember is that because everyone was in trouble, the cities were in trouble, that when we did the contract,
Right.
the trucks that became available through Ashbrit, we encouraged them to give them to the cities, so that we gave up some to work as a group, so that the cities would have trucks also.
Right, but we're really ramping up. I mean, you wouldn't want to project the first week out, because at that time we only had 25 vehicles.
Right.
We now have 4 times that amount out there, so it's getting faster and faster.
Yes, could be the early November for the first pass.
So you would think that it would be safe to say to residents that we would
Right.
have at least the first pickup by mid-November.
Absolutely.
That was stated actually, I think today. And
Joyce, could be a little earlier, if they keep up with this level of trucks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would like to answer the question Billy had on the library. Donna can answer that. Billy?
I want to make assurances to everyone that we are in the process of repairing and fixing the library. There is no intent to leave it closed. We've got to go through the process now. We're at the point where it's been remediated. In other words, all the dirty water's been moved out. It's been sanitized, and all the air quality tests, we have to go through all of that, have been completed. So they're in the process now. We have a vendor in there at this moment putting in back the drywall that all had to be removed. And so we're at the point where we're getting the vendors lined up to do the millwork, which has to put the shelving back in, and we have a significant amount of floor covering that has to go back down. So in the process of getting all that done. Now keep in mind, we've got to do this very methodically, very carefully, to make sure we get not only FEMA reimbursement, but to satisfy our insurance company as well. So we're trying to make sure we have everything in place and do it the right way so we don't have a misstep and we won't get reimbursed. So we're several months out because it's just a big area to have to cover. Just to order the materials takes a significant amount of time. The shelving is somewhat custom, so it'll all match and be correct. Of course, the children's area, which was relatively new, all has to be redone. So we want to put it back the way it was, and the original construction to put that together originally took a year or so. But we're thinking this will probably take another 6 months probably before we can see an opening. It's a little early to tell to get an exact date because we don't have all the pieces and parts together yet.
Okay. Ms. Post.
I wanted to see, can you give us an update on the sheriff's evidence? It is on. It is on. Can you hear me?
yes.
Okay. An update on the sheriff's evidence facility. I know Jody Thomas is here, and did you want to?
I don't think your microphone is working, or...
Testing.
There you go.
Okay. All right.
Okay, the guaranteed maximum price, which is, part of the process when you have a construction manager, which is a big, complicated building like this we have, should be coming before you in January. So that's part of, they're going through the process. The design has been done. Now they're actually going out and securing the pricing from all of the subcontractors that would be working, and then they'll set that guaranteed maximum price based off that estimate, and that should be coming to you in January.
The finance will be coming in December. We have to borrow money against the MSD,
Right.
$7 million. That'll be coming before you in December.
Right, so get finance and then get the price. But the actual design work is complete, and it's just part of putting together the final estimates. And did you have anything?
Okay.
And just
Thank
making
you.
sure they didn't have any.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank-
Okay, thank you,
thank you.
George.
Thanks, George.
We'll move now to item 4.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if Tom Mitz will come forward. Really pleased to do this. This update was requested by the council. We're really proud of this program. It's been in effect for a number of years. Tom will give you the update and the overview. Tom?
Good morning. My name is Tom Moats. I'm the Human Resources Director, and to my right here I have Molly Hudson, our Manager of Diversity and Employment, and Jamie Edmondson, our Diversity Specialist. We came to you in July with our master plan for diversity and inclusion, which is a multi-pronged program. One that deals with recruitment and the other is on inclusion. Since that time, we've been implementing that plan. One of the things that we had to do was August the 9th, we held a meeting with the leadership. We had 200 people attend at the Ocean Center where we rolled out the program for the master plan for the leadership. We had a speaker, Mr. Brome, who came in, and that meeting was very well attended and very excited. People were excited about the plan. Since that time, as we started moving forward, we've accelerated the training. When we came to you in July, we trained 450 employees. We've trained over 300 additional since that time. We're training our existing workforce at about 100 a month. We've also instituted diversity into our orientation program. So new employees get that as they come in the door. They understand what our goal is and what we're trying to change in this organization. Each division, when we rolled out, we asked them to identify diversity champions to work with human resources, work with Molly and Jamie to help put this through the organization. They have identified those people, and as of last Friday, we met with those. Jamie had a session with them, so we've now got that part kicked off. We also, Molly has met with a lot of the divisions and is working with them on internships and shadowing programs to bring awareness and the diversity into those are pools, they're feeder groups to help us hire people. She's been working with those, and particularly in areas that have not been diverse. We've also said part of our training is going to be is posting videos out there for our managers and our employees. We've now got 2 out there. One of them is from our meeting in July, Mr. Brome. He allowed us to be able to use that internally. And the other one we have out there is the Power of One Story. They're on our intranet under Human Resources, under Diversity. And I'd ask if you'd like to go and look at those. They're very powerful. They're very thought-provoking, and we'll be using those in our trainings. Currently, if you won't notice, part of our ongoing thing we've had for a number of years is each year we've had the divisions do a diversity project where they work with another division to not only understand each other, how diverse we are as an organization, not only in our services, but the people we hire. And some of that's currently just happened to be this week. It's in the Rotundra. And tomorrow we're having a diversity luncheon in which we help raise awareness. So these are some of the things that we've been doing since July. Molly and Jamie's been very busy. And if you don't mind, I'd like to take a moment and let each kind of tell you a little bit what they're experiencing and the changes they're seeing out there.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, I'm Molly Hudson, the Human Resources and Diversity Manager. Thank you for having us here this morning. It's important to know, as we talk about diversity and inclusion, when we're out in the field, what we're finding is that it's not just the recruitment of people, trying to get people to work here. I think it's also changing the mindset of people we work with and the employees here. So I think it's when we go into these classes and we have these sessions and we have this moment, you hear the different examples, and you come to find out that people don't know what they don't know. So it's really interesting to talk with them and get to understand their differences or their insight, or because you realize that the upbringing, the atmosphere they grew up in, those things have a part to play, a role to play in how in their makeup, So I don't think they're out there not wanting to do what's right, but they just don't understand why it's important to diversify. And it's not just a need, it's a business asset. So talking with them in the classes and getting to talk with them, we're seeing that it's exciting after your class when you have somebody come up to you and give you examples of things. So we're seeing all that. So it's not just the recruitment piece of it. We're working on that actually, but we're also getting to work with the mindset change, and that's really exciting for us. I believe that we have the support of the employees when we go out there. I believe that they really want to do right. They're excited about it. Now, what we want to focus on and zone in on is the management. We can get them as well, to get on board. It'll make us really the rah-rah, the team effort. I think we're excited about that. So right now, it's all fun when we go out there and talk to the managers. We're excited, what they want to do. Like Tom said, the feeder groups are the special workers, the interns, the, what do you call them? There are groups, internship, shadowing programs. We're bringing those to life as well because we believe those will help us build our pool. For those opportunities for people, maybe the kids out there that don't have a clue of what we're doing here, having those areas for them to come in and see, and making it in those areas that are not usually diverse. Getting some diversity in that helps also solidify what we're doing. So it's exciting to do this. It's exciting to go out in the field with Jamie, and like Tom said, tomorrow we have the diversity exposure. Tammy King put that up for the diversity luncheon. It's going to be a fun aspect of it. So we have the serious piece, and then we have the fun piece as well, If you look at the return to the fun aspect of the diverse things we do in the county. So there's a lot of energy in this program, and I think Jamie and I, the energy we have too much sometimes, But I think it's good. But I think it's good. It makes us excited about we love what we do. We want to keep doing it, and we enjoy it. So we thank you so much for your support. And I think with time, as we do this and with your support, I think we're going to get to what but we don't want to relent, because this is something, it's an ongoing process. It's not an initiative, it's an ongoing process for us, and we're really excited about that and having the opportunity to do that. So thank you. We're going to have Jamie talk a little bit about the champions.
Thank you so much, Jamie Edmondson, Diversity Specialist, and I'm most excited to be here to talk about the progress that we've made between now and the last time that we were here to speak with you all. They mentioned that we had the Diversity Champions in place. I want to touch on that a little bit. It's a new organization that we've created where we've got one representative or champion, true champion for each of the divisions. We got together last Friday and had a meet, greet, and eat where we talked about the purpose and some of the short and long-term goals of that group. We also had each of those new members give one word of what they hoped for the new team. And I have saved that, and we're going to use that in some of our trainings. But it was anywhere from awareness and light and togetherness and unity. And it was just a really beautiful sentiment about what everybody wanted to bring, about what these champions wanted to bring. But what's more important is what they take back to their divisions. So we hope that it is a journey of learning. We do hope that we continue the progress and that we are more involving the field going forward. But thank you for your time and for the support of all of these programs. It's very much appreciated, and we can't do it without it. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just in love with this. I have to tell you that it just warms my heart that we are in the process of trying to make sure that we understand exactly what we're trying to accomplish through diversity and inclusion. We have been there, but we're beginning to really, we peel the onion back, if you will, to see where we are in our mindsets. And sometimes it's not what you see, it's the things that you don't even recognize that you don't see. And so I'm just excited. I'm excited, and I hope and pray that this will be embraced by councils of the future. And so, Mr. Deneen, I think that this is on the right track for Volusia County. I think we far exceed all other departments of government in this area, or maybe in this country. And we have work to do, and I'm so proud to be a part of that, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Post.
Mr. Moats, you've mentioned Mr. Brown several times. Can you just explain for the record who that is, and is that a consultant?
Yeah, he was a consultant and a speaker on diversity, and he goes around the country, and major firms have used him, and he came in and spoke about diversity, the importance of it, and he's really a motivator, and it was really to help motivate and educate at the same time is what he does.
Well, the other thing we're going to do, that went over so well, and we have the rights to use his material with our employees. Okay, we made sure of that. We can't use them for other people, but for our employees we can. We had a lot of people request getting to see the tape that couldn't go to the meeting. For the ones that went, I know Joyce went and Billy went, it really makes people think differently. It makes them feel good about, well, you don't recognize things. We're actually talking about having a couple of other motivational speakers come in to talk on this topic, because what we want, and I think Molly and them said it, and Jamie said it best, is that we want people to embrace this. We're not shoving it down people's throat. We want this to be part of the culture of being here. And that really helped. The only thing I need to do is get the employees to be, I need Molly and them to be more enthusiastic.
I'm sure that's going to be difficult to do. But Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You refer to the shadow program, and I'm assuming, is that like the apprenticeship or internship?
Yes,
Internship?
people
Okay.
want to come in, young kids from high school
Right.
who want to be exposed into different professions. We bring them in. We want to give them the opportunity.
That's
to come
it.
and
So we go to the colleges
Yes,
and all
oh,
of
yes,
that.
we do that. We
and
talk with
do
them.
we have a pretty active internship at this time? Is working well? Because we have to get the people in
Yes.
to even
To diversify.
Exactly,
Absolutely.
exactly.
So we have a good internship program working,
Okay.
and we also have, where we have young kids in school, they want to shadow like the library, they want to be a special worker, we want to get the diversity in those areas, or they want to shadow in different areas, we want to get them in, so they can see what it's like, and then say, wow, maybe I want to do this, We don't know until they come see, so it's working for us, and we're trying to get that out there.
The big thing,
So do we go into the colleges and speak to them? How do we approach them?
Most of the high schools now.
Mostly
And
through
we
the
also
high
have,
schools.
we also have management team that goes into the college as well, to talk with them, yes, and offer them internships. And also we go into the high schools, like the EVAC, AST. We just had a program with the ASTs, what do you call, ambulance supply technicians, the AST. The ambulance supply technicians come and work as interns.
Right.
So we have a big program at the ATC as well, where we also have a strong presence there as well. So we do different things to try and get them attracted to this area.
we have an internship program also with the colleges.
Yes.
That's pretty well attended.
Yes.
And so the other thing is that in today's world, if you're going to have a diversified workforce of qualified people, you have to be competitive. You can't expect it just to happen. We have to go out there and sell ourselves, not only to attract people, but to keep them, because qualified people have lots of opportunities. And so we really have to make an effort to really, and I think we have started to recruit in places we never recruited before. But as Molly said, and Jamie said, and Tom said, our supervisors and managers have to be, they have to be colorblind, they have to be blind to differences in terms of when they select people. We have to make sure our subconscious bias doesn't get in the way. But you've got to have an environment where people of different backgrounds want to work and want to stay. And so that's another part of making it a positive environment that we all live in. And I think the motivational speakers and a lot of things we're doing, the champions, will all make a difference. So it's not this plan is not one element. It's multiple elements going after the solution.
Like you said, bringing them in is one thing. When you diversify, you get them in here, but we want to keep them. We want to bring them in, attract them, and retain. That's retention. And I think the inclusion piece helps the retention. I was teaching a class, and I told them, I said, inclusion to me, and this is the way I look at it, it's diversity, it's asking somebody to a party. You come to your party, you want to come to, I invite you to a party, everybody comes in there. But inclusion is when you come to that party and I actually ask you to dance. So now you're in the party, but now I'm asking you to dance. It's like, wow, I'm not just a person you're inviting, you're asking me to dance. So I mean something. You really want to see me in action, And I think that's the inclusion piece that we also want to sell and capitalize on, So I think it's all fine.
Great. Just to show you how, is somebody else speaking down there? No. George? No. Just to show you how diverse it is, the luncheon tomorrow, we're included.
That's right.
So, you can't get more diverse than that. So we will be there. We were actually asked to come.
Some might have another word for that.
Somebody really opened the guidelines on that, and we look forward to seeing those that will be here tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Goodbye, thanks.
Joanne, we'll move to item 5.
Good morning, Joanne Magley, Community Information Director with Volusia County Government, and I'm here with your community events update. But before we get to the community events, I want to mention a few other announcements that were just recently confirmed in the past couple of days, so they did not make this sheet. As you all know, the Volusia County Daytona Beach Administration Building at 250 Beach Street is closed to damage caused by Hurricane Irma. But today we're announcing 2 new temporary locations for a couple of county services that were housed there. The first is for the property appraiser. They have opened a branch at the Florida Department of Health on Holson Back Drive in Daytona Beach. The location will only service homestead and exemption applications, but I'd like to introduce property appraiser Larry Bartlett, who would like to talk more about this temporary location.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be in a new location. Our folks at 250 North Beach were temporarily housed all here in DeLand, and now they're not all here. Some of them are still here. Our District 2 folks are still here on the second floor, but they have a good place to work and really being well looked after by their fellow county employees, so I appreciate that. I like the fact that we have a location now over at the Holson Beck building, because we like to service our taxpayers on the east side. And our District 3 which services New Smyrna and Port Orange, is now located in the old EOC building on Indian Lake Road. So it's good to have your own place, but these places are temporary. We understand that. Talking to the folks from the county, they say that they're going to build out the building on Holzenbeck Road, and that's a great location. We'd very much like to be there and look forward to doing that, but that's going to be a while. So we'll do the people's work and the locations that I've described until that time. But actually, we're looking forward to a new building on Beach Street, if in fact that comes to pass. But in the meantime, we'll keep our fingers crossed, and we'll do what we need to do and help the folks on the east side from the locations I mentioned. The old building, 250 North Beach, I don't know what the plan is for that, but that is an old building, and we at the Property Appraiser's Office are looking forward to a new building. Does anybody have any questions?
New building can't come soon enough for me, but that's just me.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and in addition, a temporary tag and title branch will open in the west concourse of the Ocean Center in Daytona Beach, and that's starting Monday, October 23rd. Customers can park in the Ocean Center South lot and enter the building using the entrance on Auditorium Boulevard, which is across from the Peabody, and there won't be any charge for parking in that lot. And also, we want to remind people that they can renew vehicle registrations online at volusia.org/Renew Express. We have a full list of the services and alternative locations on volusia.org/pin, so that'll list out all the different services that were displaced from 250 Beach Street. All right, so now...
Will there be signage or a snipe
there is
or
signage
board
up
behind the Ocean Center? Okay.
Yes.
So people will easily can find it. Thank you.
Okay, and now on to the event updates. So for October, on October 24th and 26th, VOTRAN will hold 2 public meetings regarding proposed service improvements that are slated to be implemented between February and June in 2018. And as you recall, those services include the addition of holiday service for Thanksgiving Day, Christmas Day, New Year's Day, increased frequency on routes 7 and 11 from 60 minutes to 30 minutes, and the addition of a new route to serve the State Road 44 corridor from Beachside to Walmart in New Smyrna Beach. So that first meeting will take place from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. on Tuesday, October 24th at the VOTRAN Administration Office in South Daytona, and the second will take place from 5 to 7 p.m. Thursday, October 26th at the New Smyrna Beach City Hall. And again, this information is online for people who need to go back and get some more. November 4th, we'll be celebrating Bird Fest at the Volusia County Marine Science Center in Ponce Inlet. This is the 13th annual Bird Fest. It'll be held 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., and it includes up-close look at birds of prey, and people can also get free tours of the Marine Science Center and the Mary Kelly Seabird Rehabilitation Sanctuary. And that sanctuary provides treatment for injured and sick birds. So that's November 4th. And then November 11th and 12th, we will be holding public tours of the Lady Philomena at the Sea Love Marina in Ponce Inlet. And as you recall, the Lady Philomena, it's a 150-foot steel vessel. It was donated to the county for reefing by the U.S. Customs and Border Service. And during the tours, people can actually go up onto the boat, walk around. We'll have some tour guides there to kind of point out some things. But we'll also have staff from various county divisions like the Marine Science Center, the Coastal Division, Parks, to talk about the county's reef system. So it's a real educational event. And then later, that ship and the tug Everglades, which we also acquired, those will be sunk the week of November 19th at the county's permitted artificial reef site number 12, which is about 9 miles offshore in about 80 feet of water.
Mr. Chair, the other thing we're going to do, we're going to try and see if the Everglades can also be with the Philomena when we walk on those ships. You'll also be able to sign your name. It is also our intent to put a plaque on the ship that represents all the cities in the county. So you'll get to dedicate that. Also, we're anticipating trying to have a ship available that's big enough to hold the council and other members and even open to the public on the day that we go out and sink the ship. So we'll go out with them and you can watch them sink. We're going to try and do it at a time. We hope to do it on time when it'll be available so people can take their own private vehicles out. But it's pretty exciting. As she said, we'll have people there talking about our artificial reef system, how customs works, and how they seize the boat for drugs, and I think it'll be pretty interesting. We anticipate a lot of school kids also coming to see it.
Mr. Chair, could I have the Dramamine concession on that trip?
We're going out on the SS Minnow on that, aren't we?
You're talking about a Navy person wanting Dramamine.
That's true. That is true.
I mean, I know
He's
you
a
were probably
Navy
used
guy.
to those wooden ships that they used back there with the sails, the four-masted schooners and things.
I never got seasick in my 4 years, so.
Well, we'll make sure you have Dramamine.
Mr. Chair, the only thing you have to worry about is if you're still on the Lady Filomena or the Tugs Everglade on the 19th. Because I wouldn't want to be on those two ships. On that, you can be on the weekend before, but you don't want to be on the day we sink them.
Thank you. That should be an
Mr. Chair,
exciting
it's
time.
customary for the chair or the captain to go down with
Go
the ship.
down with this ship.
I think that's where the chair designates someone to be go down with the ship.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you, Joanne, for that update. Ms. Denny's, are you still with us? Just want to make sure the connection is still
am.
there. You're still there. Okay.
Yeah.
We're
Yes,
moving
sir.
into part of the public hearing. I just want to make sure that you're still connected. Sometimes technology.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll move to item 6. Mr. Brenton.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of council. Jerry Brenton, County Engineer. Before you today is a petition by the City of Port Orange to vacate antiquated lots within a platted area and a section of a platted 30-foot right-of-way. As you may be aware, the city and the county jointly own 410 acres of land north of Pioneer Trail and west of Tomoka Farms Road. And in 2006, and again amended in 2016, the city and county agreed that a portion of that property could be used for a city gun range. And so at this time, the city is ready to move forward with developing that gun range. And in order to do so and comply with regulations and all, those antiquated lots need to be vacated. As you can see on this exhibit, everything in red has already been vacated. The smaller section is in blue. That's where the gun range would be. And so their request as petitioners is for the county council to vacate the lots, and on that eastern border is a 30-foot platted right-of-way that's not needed, and that's in their request to be vacated as well. And if there are any questions, members of the city staff are here if you have any questions or if they'd like to add anything.
Okay. As I mentioned, this is a public hearing, and I have Linda Johnson, who is here to answer any questions from the city of Port Orange if needed. If there are no questions, are there any questions of Ms. Johnson? Dr. Lowry.
I was going to go ahead and move for the vacation of portion of plot, Howard Courier's allotment map book 4,
Motion.
page
Second.
44.
Motion made by Mr. Lowry, seconded by Ms. Wheeler. Any discussion? Ms. Denny's, you still hear us?
I am.
Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous. Thank you. And thank you, Linda, for being here. If we had questions, thank you very much. We'll close the public hearing and move on to item number 7. And you're back. Mr.
Good morning.
Irvin.
Clay Irving, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is a request to make an amendment to the adopted Volusia County Comprehensive Plan. What we're looking at are specifically the policies pertaining to minimum densities that are required for urban lands. If you look at page 7-10 of your agenda packet, there's a table there that identifies the future land use categories that are designated as urban. These are areas that are primarily along in North Peninsula, some of the areas near New Smyrna Beach, on the Barrier Islands over west, near DeLeon Springs in the city of DeLand. what we are observing is that we have smaller parcels under 5 acres, which have development around them. And because of our minimum densities, we cannot maintain that pattern of development that surround these parcels. What we are requesting is that you grant us an administrative waiver capabilities for these properties that are under 5 acres so that we can maintain the land use pattern that we're observing with the developed portions. This would be an amendment to the comprehensive plan. It was presented to the PLDRC at its October 3rd meeting. At that point, the PLDRC recommended approval. In fact, the council, the chairman, identified that he had personally had some difficulties with these minimum densities in the past and made a recommendation that we do more than what is being proposed in front of you. Staff at this point feels that if we can go forward with what's presented to you, we can see how it works, and if we see that we need to tweak it in the future, we'll be glad to do so.
Mr. Chair, this is considered one of those.
This is a public hearing. I have no cards of anyone wishing to speak, so I will close the public hearing portion. Sorry.
I was going to say, Mr. Chair, this is one of those common sense things that the council has asked us repeatedly to start bringing forward. The fact that I think you have a staff that can make good decisions on what makes sense for everyone involved, and they always have the right to appeal to you if they feel it's been misused. But the bottom line is that I think that gives your staff an opportunity to fix a lot of problems, common sense problems, before they come to you.
Is there a motion from?
I'll make a motion to approve the transmittal hearing for large-scale comprehensive plan amendment to future land use element to address single-family residential infill development in the urban areas CPA-17-008.
Second by Mr. Patterson. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection. Hearing no objections, the motion passes unanimous. We'll now move to item number 8.
Once again, good morning. Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. This is another amendment to our comprehensive plan. This is pertaining to our intergovernmental coordination element. One of the efforts that the County Council has initiated is development of interlocal service boundary agreements with the various cities within Volusia County. This allows for effective joint planning of these areas and allows for a smooth and efficient annexation of areas that are appropriate for annexation. We entered into such an agreement with the City of Oak Hill that was approved back in August 17th, 2017. This is the final step. Basically, it's just acknowledging that we do have this agreement within our interlocal coordination element. It was at the October 3rd PLDRC. There were no comments from the public, and the PLDRC unanimously recommended approval. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Now, this is a public hearing. Again, I have no one wishing to speak from the public, so we'll close the public hearing. Council, is there a motion?
Motion to approve transmittal hearing for the large-scale administrative text amendment to the intergovernmental coordination element of the comprehensive plan to refer to the interlocal service boundary agreement with the City of Oak Hill, CPA-17-009.
Motion made by Wheeler, seconded by Lowry. Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion carries unanimous. And we will now move to item number 9 and open the public hearing. Mr. Irvin.
Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. This is a request by Glenn Storch to rezone a 32-acre property that is located near the city of New Smyrna Beach. It's located on the east side of I-95, just kind of northeast of where Pioneer Trail turns back to State Road 44. The subject property is currently zoned A2 and has a requested rezoning of RR, which is the rural residential. It is within the airport overlay, so therefore it does have to abide by our recently adopted standards for that. It does pertain to the New Smyrna Beach Municipal Airport. Staff has reviewed it. The critical element is that the requested application for rezoning is consistent with our comprehensive plan. It was presented to our PLDRC at the October 3rd, 2017 meeting. There was no one who spoke against the proposed rezoning, and the PLDRC unanimously recommended approval of it. On pages 928 is a location map that shows the proximity of where this property is. On page 929 is an aerial that reflects the conditions out there. On page 9-30 is the zoning map, and in front of you right now is on page 917, and that is the conceptual subdivision plan that they hope to do once this rezoning is approved. The applicant is available here for any questions. Staff is also available if you have any questions as well.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will move for the approval of rezoning from rural agriculture airport protection overlay classification to the rural residential airport protection overlay classification of a 31.9 acre property located at 3075 Turnbull Bay Road in New Smyrna Beach, Z-17-051.
Second by Wheeler. Counselor, you okay with just resting? Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection,
No.
the motion, did I hear something? No. No. Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous, and thank you, Clay, for the work on that, and Glenn, and some of these seem like housekeeping issues that are pretty much common sense. There's a lot of them. So we'll move to the next one, item 10. This is a public hearing. The public hearing is now open. Mr. Irvin.
Thank you very much. In the implementation of our zoning ordinance, we have to review the standards that we have contained in section 72-241. In that, it lists uses that are permitted by right and uses that are allowed by special exception. Before you today is an appeal of our zoning officer's determination to not accept an application for a special exception. The subject property was subject to a special exception back in 1995 for warehousing for agricultural products not grown on site. There was a warehouse structure constructed. It is on the property still. The owner was approached and was asked if they could utilize that same structure for warehousing for distribution of basically groceries to smaller convenience stores. That type of use is not allowed either by right or by special exception in the current zoning. The zoning is prime agricultural A1. Staff felt that we could not accept that because the special exception would basically be granting a variance to the use. We understand that there is some confusion from the property owner in regards to why is it that I had a warehouse that's out here and why can't I keep using it? So staff is understanding of the concerns that they have. If the council believes that the property owner should be given the right to at least try and get that use reestablished, staff would request that you uphold our determination that the application is not appropriate, but please refer the property owner to pursue a BPUD through that process so that that way we are not setting a precedent, and we can also address the concerns that are being raised in regards to making sure that the property owner has fair and equitable use of their property as well as the existing building. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you. I do have 3 cards from the public wishing to speak, but I'd like to ask Mr. Patterson to address this first, if it's okay with Chris and Jim and Fred. If y'all let him, if he would speak first, then we'll sure let you speak. But Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been out to the site quite a bit. Matter of fact, for years I've been out there because Jack Schumann, before he passed away, was a very close friend of mine. And when this came up, and I've been kind of concerned because here we have a piece of property that the warehouse, they're paying about $4,500 in property taxes, and they have an opportunity to you know, use that property because it is a big place. It's got air conditioning and freezer, not freezer, but a reefer in there. And it was used for ferns, and of course many of you know that the fern industry is kind of taking a dump. And so this is something, and I feel that because this was a previous special exception on the property, I consider this an unusual, unique case. So what I'd like to do is make a motion to uphold the zoning enforcement's official interpretation, but to process the application as a BPUD and to use the current fees paid and not charge any additional fees. So that is my motion, Mr. Chair.
Seconded by Mr. Lowry. The 3 people that had wished to speak, do you still wish to speak, or are you okay with this? Chris Calabucci, are you okay with the motion? Yeah, either come forward and speak. I mean, he's made a motion to approve to deny that, but to go through the PUD without having to pay additional funding to create the PUD, which could be within the rights of the use to do it that way. Jim Tatum, Jim, you okay, or you need to speak? You can't speak from there. If you're okay, come, sure.
Okay, I just want to explain a little bit about it.
Well, okay. The motion's made and seconded.
Mr. Chair.
Sometimes we talk too much and get things talked out of.
I retired from the property appraiser's office. My name's Jim Tatum. I live in Lake Helen, Florida.
Mr. Chair, if I may clarify one thing, because this is an appeal of the zoning official's interpretation, much like the next item, this is should not be slated as a public hearing. The council has the authority to hear from the applicant because it's the applicant's appeal and from staff. There isn't any opportunity to take additional testimony from the public in this matter because this is an appeal under our code.
Okay, so.
I would just like to give a little information.
Yeah, I think you need.
That's it.
I think he said you couldn't right now. It's
33 years with the property appraiser's
excuse me,
office,
sir.
agricultural lands.
Excuse me.
There's going to be other problems with agricultural buildings.
Excuse me. Excuse me. You're going to need to sit down.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I mean, and we went over this in pre-agenda, and the public hearing part should have been stricken from the agenda, and it was not. That's why I read it that way. I know we discussed it. Apologize for that being on there as a public hearing.
Mr. Chair, that's not your fault. That shouldn't have been listed that way, and that's a mistake on how it was written.
Well,
I didn't catch it.
I should have remembered, although a lot of things have happened since last Wednesday. So we have a motion to uphold the appeal, but to add the different process. Any questions of this? Motion is made and seconded. Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes. So now we will move to item.
Mr. Chair,
Sorry?
This is Marcy Zimmerman. I want to make sure Ms. Denny's is still on because I didn't hear her comment on that.
He's there. Are you there? Yep. Nope.
I'm here.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
But actually, what she is not commenting unless there's an objection. I think we kind of clarified that.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just a matter of clarification, we're denying the appeal, correct?
We're denying the appeal, but asking for the appeal and the money that had been applied for the application to continue. That money would go toward the applying for a PUD process, which is allowable use within the zoning where this was not allowed.
Correct.
Right. Thank you.
All clear.
Thank you, members.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll move to item number 11.
Good morning, Clay Irvin.
And this is a public hearing.
Yes, it is. Director of Growth and Resource Management. I do apologize for the confusion on that last item. This is a special exception for a property located at 579 Johnson Lake Road. The subject property was originally approved back in the late 80s, 1988, 89, for what was then called an adult congregate living facility. Today that term is now known as an assisted living facility. It operated until 2007. At that point, because they did not continue the use was basically discontinued and prohibited after a year. So after 2008, anyone who wanted to reestablish an ALF would have to go through a special exception process. That is what is here before you today. The applicant has purchased the property and is working on trying to develop it again for an assisted living facility. The current location is shown from page 1119. There's an aerial that reflects the site on page 11-20, and the zoning of the property is reflected on 1121. There's a survey of the existing conditions located on page 11-13 of your agenda packet. Staff presented this to the PLDRC at its October 3rd, 2017 meeting. There was comments from an adjacent property owner who had concerns, not necessarily with the use as it's being proposed, because the current applicant is identifying a targeted population of retired military veterans. The adjacent property owner was concerned that the population that could occupy the assisted living facility may not be military veterans and could be everything from rehab to anti-recidivists, etc. The PLDRC also voiced similar concerns. We are preempted by state law to identify specific populations that can or cannot go into ALFs and group homes. So in other words, it's an all or nothing in this particular situation. We do not have the right as a local government to limit who can or cannot come into these facilities. That being the case, there was a discussion as to what could be done at the PLDRC. Ultimately, it was recommended for approval, 5-1, with Commission Member Mills objecting. In front of you, we have the criteria that are established for the review of special exceptions. They have met all the criteria, so that is why you see that staff has recommended approval. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
I have no cards from anyone from the public wishing to speak, so I'll close the public hearing portion. Comment from council. Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and make the motion for the special exception for a group home on a 13-acre property with zoning of prime agriculture and resource corridor. Property is located at 579 Johnson Lake Road, De Leon Springs.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Lowry. Any questions? Any discussion? Any objections to the motion? And just to confirm that, Ms. Dennis, you are there and not objecting.
Correct, I'm here, sir, yes.
Okay, I was trying to get this straight. Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously, and we will now move to item number 12.
Good morning. I'm Palmer Panton, Director of Planning and Development Services. This is a request for a rehearing of case PUD 17-002. It's a rezoning of 2.4 acres from rural agricultural estate to BPUD. This was denied at the August 17, 2017 council meeting. The applicant and his attorney have submitted reasons for the rehearing. They are on Mr. Crosman's on pages 12-5 and 6 on your agenda, and Mr. Riggio on 12-3 and 4 on your agenda. If the council agrees to have a rehearing, then this would be set for a time and date certain. We would probably suggest November 16th for that date and a time as determined.
Okay. Again, since this is an appeal of an action, this is not a public hearing. Counselor, is that correct?
That is correct. You're entitled to hear from the applicant, who's the appellant in the matter.
That's right. So because this is not voting to do anything but to rule as a, I guess, quasi-judicial proceeding on an action that had already been taken. So I guess, Councilor Riggio, I know I saw you earlier.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Robert Riggio. I'm here on behalf of Robert Crosman, the applicant, who is present along with the project engineer, Dwight Durant, and Mark Corrett, who is the project planner. We, as you may know, back in August, you heard a presentation of a PUD plan. And I think almost exclusively all the comments related to a gas station component, which was one of the allowable uses within that plan. You expressed, at least 5 of you expressed concerns about that, and the applicant, was never asked whether or not they might be willing to reduce or remove that element from its plan. It was sort of an all or nothing, so to speak, and we are very much concerned about that because frequently you do allow people to either make changes that you might feel are necessary or send it back to PLDRC. In the course of that proceeding, also after the comment period had been closed to the public and as well as to the applicant, there were statements that were made that indicated that there had been no public hearing, or not public hearing, but community hearing had taken place, which is, I consider, quite prejudicial to the applicant because it makes it look like we're trying to pull a fast one, we're not trying to follow county code. And nothing could be further from the case because there was, in fact, a public or a community hearing that was held at the feed store right in the community on November 10th, 2015. Notices were sent out to the adjoining landowners. The area was posted, and there were people in attendance. And this is the difficult part because essentially I'm trying to rebut something that I was not allowed to rebut at the hearing, and I don't know whether it's appropriate for there to be testimony because that is essentially one of our arguments, is that we never got a chance to say that in fact occurred. And that is a concern. The other thing as well is that with respect to this, and it sort of reflects the fact that it was started back a while back. Originally, the county had floated the idea of the feed store being rezoned to resolve some issues, and there are a host of issues that involve not only the applicant's property, but adjoining properties. In the course of this proceeding, we're essentially doing a cleanup of the area. And among these are trying to upgrade the feed store and to bring the area more in conformance because it goes back forever. That feed store is grandfathered. Regardless of what happens, the feed store can continue because it's a grandfathered use. We would like to remove it and put a better feed store there, something that meets current standards and actually would be removed. Right now, the feed store is right on the property boundary. And so we'd move it away from there and closer to Tomoka Farms Road. We also discovered in the course of this that the neighbors who live to the west of us, their stormwater system is supposed to, it actually falls on my client's property. And there is an easement, but their ditch empties out into an area that is not part of their easement. And we were in the process of trying to correct that and resolve things for them so that their stormwater system would now be consistent with what had originally been proposed. Let's see, there were questions. We were going to bring this up to snuff as far as setbacks, retention, landscaping buffers. And finally, the neighbors had over time complained about driveway locations. And we were going to move all the driveway locations. And so what we would, and as addition, except for the county staff had approved the gas station use and recommended approval for it. But the other uses were things that related even more to a rural area like a hardware store, get your hinges or bolts or things of that small one. And some of that dealt with the issues with the feed store as to what was hardware and what is agriculture. And finally, there was and so from those standpoints, we never really got a chance to get into what was behind doing all of this. Again, we heard the comments that were made relative to the feed store, and we have talked with the county staff, and we have already supplied them with a new plan that gets rid of gas station, fuel pumps, and all of those types of things, and takes it back down to essentially the feed store type rezoning, but with the uses that are going to be much more in line with what we feel is appropriate and what county staff felt was appropriate. And like I said, this has been going on 2 years. The county had initially suggested doing a rezoning. We have, the applicant is not a developer. He hired an engineering company that is well-known in this area and knowledgeable about things. He had a planner who had worked for government and was familiar with the types of things that come into play when you're doing something of this nature. We worked, I can't tell you how many iterations of the plan went back and forth between us and the county. We finally got county staff to say, yeah, we recommend approval of this. We went in front of PLDRC, and I think it was 5-1, as I recall. And so we would like an opportunity to at least try to resolve these issues. And if there are things you don't like, then we can try to fix that or work cooperatively, because this has been a cooperative venture so far, to bring that area into compliance with codes.
Council, I'm going to ask you to stick to the point. The point is you're appealing the decision, not future use. And that's what we will be addressing. That would be what our decision is made on, is whether or not we will grant the appeal of the denial to go forward to discuss anything else. So if you could kind of keep your remarks in that vein.
Mr. Chairman.
Because what would happen after, if it's approved, what would happen would be separate and apart from what we're discussing right now, is my understanding.
It is, to some extent, and it isn't, because what I'm trying to say, Mr. Chair, is that we had put together a big plan that solved a lot of different problems, and all of the negativity focused on the gas station. And instead of trying to address the resolution of all of those other issues, it was just focused on the gas station. And if the gas station's not part of it, then we have the ability to deal with all those issues. And as I also said, I feel that from the standpoint of the statements that were made relative to the lack of a community hearing that is provided for by the code, in which did occur, and that this was prejudicial to the applicant as well, and warrants going back and trying to revisit that. We don't know where that came from. It's not part of the record of this proceeding. And being a quasi-judicial proceeding, we should be able to go back and say, here is where the state, where this came from. And it's a prejudicial item. It shouldn't be there as a matter of the final decision process if it's not part of the record. So that's our big legal concern.
And not speaking for you, but you feel that the denial was based upon the service station component of the project as was presented.
That's correct.
And you're asking us to give a rehearing for the PUD, which may or may not include a service station. Is that correct? That doesn't really matter, does it, Counselor? That was what we discussed in our pre-agenda, that we're discussing to allow it.
Whether council will set a rehearing, whether you agree to rehear the case and to set a time and date for the rehearing, yes, sir.
Right. Okay. So if that's done.
You're correct.
Okay.
I'm just saying that we would be foolish to bring a hearing.
I wasn't going to say
back
that.
before you.
You can say that. Ms. Wheeler has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can assure you that I didn't make my decision on not hearing that there was a public meeting. That one passed right over me, so that wasn't. My decision was totally on the fact that it was not consistent with that Tomoka Farms Village local plan, and that is my concern still today.
Dr. Lowry.
I just want to refresh my memory. Wasn't that recommended for approval by the staff and by PLDRC or whoever's in?
That's correct.
Okay.
5-1.
I just want to refresh. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not trying to cut you off. I didn't know whether you were. I think you were getting close to where we could discuss it or whatever. We've had one comment.
Yes, our interest is primarily. We've put a lot of time and effort into this in terms of trying to formulate something so that either we come up with something that is acceptable to the council, because the issues that are out there that have given rise to this, and part of it's the feed store, are not resolved by the actions taken, because the feed store continues as a use. It's grandfathered. and it continues in the location it's at. And so from that standpoint, we're trying to, we were directed to do a rezoning, and maybe there are parts of it you don't like or what have you, but the only opportunity we get to basically hear from the council as a whole is at a hearing.
Sure.
And we would like at least the opportunity to understand what it is that you feel is appropriate, and then to, if necessary, then we can go back to PLDRC or something of that nature, but not to basically be told, sorry, you guessed wrong. Because we came in thinking we guessed right, getting staff recommendations and PLDRC recommendations.
Okay. Ms. Cusack, you
Yes, my concerns are the fact of the gas station and the amount of traffic and the plan, long-range plan. Now, if I am hearing correctly, are you saying if we would agree to rehear this, would that be included as a gas station? Is that a part of the rehearing process?
What I can say, and I think it would be consistent with what your advice, we would be foolish to include a gas station. Okay, and so I think council said I can't talk about what would be there, but I think
because I don't even want to revisit that.
we don't either.
And so I just want to have that on the table as to whether or not, if we're revisiting that, because you have something in addition to say that we did not hear at that first hearing, then I would be more amenable to a revisit than not, Mr. Chair. That's all I want to say.
Any other questions or comments? I mean, to me, you answered the question that you'd be foolish, and what we're being asked to do is to have a rehearing to designate this property as a BPUD, which is a business plan unit development. And whether or not we'd be willing to do that, then whatever that they would want to propose to us would still then have to go back through PDL, or I always get that one mixed up.
No, it would come directly back to you, and then you would review the particular uses. And I think what the applicant is trying to say is that had he had an opportunity at the original hearing, some of those uses might have been withdrawn. And
correct.
The remaining uses may have been more palatable and would not have caused some of the concerns and may have been more consistent with the area.
The rezoning would grant the right to have different uses than a gas station, for example.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Lowry.
I was going to ask legal, wouldn't it be kind of wise for us maybe to put them back through the PLDRC process, or is that just asking them to do an unnecessary step?
Well, the PLDRC found it consistent with the gas station.
They passed.
Okay.
It was council that found it the gas station inconsistent. And the applicant's request is that you consider whether or not
So
you would
obviously
rehear it without it.
they're going to approve it with this change because they approved it with it.
With the
without-
gas
yeah,
station,
okay.
yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dennis, I know you spoke quite a bit on this in the previous time that it was here. Do you have any questions at this time? Hello? She's still there? Just checking with you, Ms. Dennis. I know that you did have discussions on this.
Maybe she took a Dramamine.
Maybe she has no questions. With that, council, what's your pleasure? It's either to,
Rehear or not rehear?
that is a question.
Well, I'll get it started.
Norbert to suffer the
I'll make a
slings and
motion
arrows.
that we allow rehearing on this.
Motion is made by Dr. Lowry to rehear. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Patterson. Any further discussion of council? Any objection to the motion and second?
Negative.
Objected by Post.
That was me. Yep. Deb said something. I didn't hear Deb.
No, that was Ms. Post.
Okay. Motion passes. Oh, no, you had to object? I just asked if there was any objections, and then you could either say.
Yes.
I would recommend a roll call,
Mr. Chair, Mr.
Sorry.
Chair, in the,
Mr. Chair.
And just
if
call
there's
vote.
an objection, then you need to have
Call
for
vote.
a roll
Mr.
call.
Chair.
Yes, hello? Oh, there you are. Yes, yes, Ms.
Okay,
Dennis.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, gotcha.
Please, yeah, I was trying to weigh in. I don't know what happened here. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. I was asking you.
I know, for whatever reason, we weren't connecting.
Okay.
I just texted Mr. Crumbly. But what's missing in this dialogue, yet again, is the reference to the Tomoka Farms Rural Village Plan. That was the reason that, and it still is my reason, for not supporting this. And if it's going to be just a feed store, we don't need a BPUD. But if you read the application, if you read it on page 12-2, it says, and to allow the possibility of other complementary uses. As you know, Council, if we change this, we cannot, nor should we, be able to discriminate with what can or cannot go there. So we would basically be agreeing to a blank check on this property in this rural Tomoka Farms Rural Village Plan. I'm all for supporting something that will clean that corner up and leave the feed store, as I said originally. But my decision, my vote, was clearly based on the Tomoka Farms Rural Village Plan. And that, yet again, is not in the discussion. But I also believe, Ms. Seaman, don't you have to be on the presiding vote to bring it back?
I had asked that question before they put it on, and since it's being brought as a request from the applicant and not one of us, you are correct. If I had tried to bring it, I couldn't.
Ms. Denny's,
Okay.
Ms. Denny's, that would be Robert's Rules of Order. In this particular instance, there is a provision in our code that any adversely affected party may ask for a rehearing. The applicant, having received a negative vote, is eligible to utilize that provision in our code to ask for the rehearing.
Okay. Well, I'm just on the record after reading all this and very genuinely reading the letter to council from the attorney. I'm not changing my position at this time. I will tell you when I voted. I don't believe we failed in the purpose as is stated in the letter, and I don't believe there was a rush to denial, and I was not distracted by any amount of public participation that had no weight on my vote. It had everything to do, and still does, with the Tomoka Farms Rural Village Plan. So because of that, I am going to vote to deny.
Mr. Chairman, if I may interject.
Let me just finish with and Ms. Dennis, that's why I was actively trying to find you, because I knew
Right. I
knew your
understand.
position, so I was trying to find you, and glad that you were able to weigh in on this. We've already had a motion and a second, and
Mr. Chair, this is where we feel that there is first of all, the uses for this property, as in your standard development agreement, are listed in item, let's see, D2. And that was, the intent was that the use would be one of those uses. That's part of a development agreement.
well, but it goes, what we're asking and what was being asked was to go from RA to BPUD, and that's the question. And right now, it's currently that use of a service station or a convenience store or anything like that is not permitted in the RA zoning classification. Is that correct, Mr. Irvin? Or, oh, that's right, you can't, I'm sorry. I just want to get this on the record. Sorry,
Yes,
name.
Scott Ashley, Senior Zoning Manager. That is correct. The RA does not allow it.
Is this on?
The microphone's
There we
off, sorry. Scott Ashley, Senior Zoning Manager. The RA does not currently allow any type of commercial use such as this. It does not allow any commercial use that's been proposed in the PUD. The the applicant is correct, and the current feed store has been determined to be a legal nonconforming use.
Right.
But beyond that, any other use that was being proposed
Right.
has to have the rezoning.
And that's what I was trying to clarify for those listening online, those of you here. Currently, we're only being asked to change the zoning classification from RA to rehear the chance to do that. Not we're going to be changing it, but we could ask to be reheard and still deny the change of that. But right now, we're just being asked that we want to have the rehearing to hear the application to change from RA to BPUD or not. And that's the question, and we already have.
Mr. Chair, if I may again, I hate to interrupt.
No, you're not interrupted. You're fine.
What we have here is what I consider a major disconnect between staff and PLDRC in this council in terms of staff recommending approval, PLDRC recommending approval, and I think it was 5-1, and council. What we need is, you have now taken over the role of trying to determine of what is appropriate there, and we would like to be able to have a forum or in some way so that we get some direction, so that we can resolve some of these things with respect to the feed store.
Well, as sad as it may be, we're kind of like maybe the Supreme Court. I hate to say that, but the decision has to be made with council. If it passed 7-0 on the PDLRC, if it passed by staff 100%, the decision finally is made and based upon the council's determination of what the council feels is appropriate for the entire community. And as sad as that may be, or as real as that may be, it is the reality. And that's where we are.
Sometimes, Your Honor, appellate courts do what they call a remand of
We're
the
the
matter.
Supreme Court. You can't appeal us.
I know
Well,
you can't. I
through-
know you can't appeal,
I'm
but
kind
to
of-
send it back down the ladder so that my client, who is not a developer, that hasn't wasted his time and effort and money trying to get to you to find out that all of what he was told along the way to get to you is not correct. And so if it goes back to PLDRC, we have an opportunity then to refashion something that hopefully can come back to you and meet with your approval, because there are issues involving the feed store that the Code Enforcement Board said you specifically need a rezoning to accomplish. And so that is what we're looking for. We don't want to have wasted all of our time getting here, only to be told that everybody along the way who was supposed to advise us didn't know the rules.
Well, the rules were that you can apply for a rezoning classification. The application does not guarantee that it will be approved.
Correct. But having been told that we were recommended by all of those lower entities,
I understand.
We would like at least the opportunity to be able to go back and refashion something that hopefully can come back before you and meet with your approval, instead of being precluded from doing anything.
If you can convince, I think this only requires 4 votes, is that correct? If you can convince 4 people to have the rehearing, then it would be granted. If the council, come back here, not to approve the anything that's there, but to approve the reclassification, and that's all we're talking about. Then at that time, whatever would be wanted to be redone or revisited would be approved or rejected. And like I said, you wouldn't want to submit a 12 station gas station. Mr. Patterson?
Yeah, I'm in the queue here. Just to be clear, my second, a second doesn't mean I necessarily support the motion, but I wanted some more clarification. I think some other facts have come out here. Ms. Seaman, so you're saying that all we can do here is just rehear what happened. We can't send it back to the PLDRC, correct?
You can.
Okay.
Mr. Lowry's question is whether I thought that would be helpful. I had not heard from the applicant until just now that he thinks that it would be helpful. The reason that I answered the way with Dr. Lowry when he asked me the question was because it was a 6-1 approval with the gas station. So if the PLDRC had already thought that it was consistent, I didn't think that just removing the gas station would change their position one way or another. But if council in its discretion believes you should send it back for a remand, yes, you may do that.
You have enunciated your opinions as to why you feel that the problems or the comprehensive plan provisions that you feel are applicable that PLDRC didn't. And so you give them now direction as to their review of this matter.
Well, I think we've had expression of at least 2 or 3 not to go forward, at least I'm counting from here. So the 4 remaining that have not said yay or nay, because as Mr. Patterson mentioned, the seconder could be seconding for discussion or for the hearing part of it. So at this time, I think we should call the vote. Marcy?
Sir?
Call the voice vote.
Voice
Okay,
vote
sure.
for
Absolutely.
For
Mr. Rehearing.
rehearing.
Okay. Ms. Denny's? Are
No.
you- All right. Mr. Lowry?
Yes.
Mr. Patterson?
No.
Ms. Post?
No.
Ms. Wheeler?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Okay.
The motion
It failed, 2 to 5.
motion failed, 2 to 5.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll go ahead and take the lunch break, and we will be back at 1 o'clock. Is that correct? Pardon? I'm just,
There's some other things.
No, we're going to lunch. We're going to lunch now, and we're doing the union discussions. You'll be back at 1 o'clock would probably be the best time.
Are there some of those other items later on? Or we just want to go ahead and
Depending
break
upon when you finish item 13, we'll either do those items before Brown and Brown or after Brown and Brown.
it? Okay.
The Brown and Brown is scheduled.
I was thinking like the.
go ahead.
Go ahead and go.
You feel that if you want to do the nominations or
Let's just go. We've already recessed until 1. We can
yes, that's
come back at 1.
the reason we're doing it is because of the timing that we've already told people on other items later in the calendar, and because we know that item 13 is going to take a significant amount of time. And we're also going to meet on negotiations. So we'll be back at 1.
Well, yes, we have about 1 minute, and we're going to start. If anyone has any, excuse me, if anyone has any information that they want submitted, please get that to Marcy so that Ms. Dennis can have it forwarded to her, because she doesn't have access to seeing this. If you have anything that you want any of the council to see, get that to Marcy now, or it will not be able to be admitted. So those of you who may have something, if there's any questions, just make sure that she has it, because we have to confirm by email that she has it. And we will start in 1 minute as soon as we get Ms. Denny's back online.
You don't need to be.
I don't realize how big a favor I'm doing.
You can't have this much fun.
I don't know how they stay awake during the day.
No. Hey, Deb.
Hello?
Okay, we got you on,
But we're not ready.
but we're not ready yet. We got a couple more minutes.
Heather, are you here?
Tell him
Sir, a couple more
we're
minutes.
not ready.
Oh, I thought you said you had her on.
We have her on, but we're not ready over here yet.
Okay.
Miss Deb, we're going to be on mute for a couple minutes.
Okay.
We still need a couple more minutes to make the connection. For those of you who weren't here earlier, Ms. Denny's is communicating and listening online.
Hey, Jeff, did you say you had Deb on mute? How's that work?
I heard that, Fred.
What was that?
Hey, I think we're ready to start. We're going to reconvene the October 19th County Council meeting, and this is item 13. It is a public hearing, and Mr. Urban,
Can we confirm Ms. Denny's is on the phone?
can we confirm Ms. Denny's is on the phone? If so,
Yes.
say yes.
Here and accounted for, thanks.
There she is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. Before you is a request to make a major amendment to an existing PUD for a 4.1 acre parcel located at the southeast corner of Kepler Road and State Road 44. The original PUD was approved for a 5,000 square foot medical office and a 5,000 square foot banquet drive-through. This was approved back in 2008 after an extenuated time of, I would say, public hearings and discussions between the property owner and adjacent neighbors to come up with a compromised PUD so that way the property could be developed for commercial uses. The subject property has a land use of urban low intensity, and that allows for a variety of both commercial and residential zoning categories. The previous application was for a PUD. There is an opportunity to rezone the property also to B2. The reason why I bring that up is that is a zoning that is allowed, basically assumed to be compatible per our comprehensive plan. In going through this process, the applicant has provided us with plans that indicate the site plan and elevation of the building, plus detailed analysis of wildlife, traffic, etc. Those are incorporated in your staff report and were part of the review that staff undertook with the application. In going through this, staff has analyzed whether or not it is compliant with the criteria that you have listed on pages 13-27 through 1335 of your staff report. I also have to let you know that on pages 15152, 153, 154 are location, aerial, and zoning maps. The reason why I bring this up is that if we put them on the overhead, it will interfere with the conversation with Ms. Denny, so unless y'all want to see those, we have them available. We also have the site plan elevations on pages 13-54, 13-55, and 13-56. Staff made a recommendation to the PLDRC at their October 3rd, 2017 meeting to recommend denial of the proposed amendment. The reason why is the proposed convenience store exceeds our 5,000 square foot requirement that's contained in our comprehensive plan. I want to make sure that I'm very clear, it's in our comprehensive plan. So from staff's position, we cannot deviate from that. In order to get a building over 5,000 square feet, you would have to process a comp plan amendment in order to allow that on site. We conveyed to the property owner and the applicant that a 5,000 square foot was not allowed, and gave them the opportunity that if they chose to reduce the size, they could prior to the October 3rd meeting. They've decided to go forward with it as it was originally presented. I do also have to clarify, and the conversation starts in the minutes that are shown on pages 3-263 of our staff report, that there was question to staff as to if the building was 4,999 square feet or under the 5,000 square foot requirement, would the staff's recommendation been for approval? And the answer would have been yes, because based on the criteria and what we received as far as documentation, we could recommend approval at that time. But given that the building was 5,500 square feet instead of 5,000 square feet, we could not. So therefore, you have a PLDRC recommendation of denial. That was a 4-2 vote with Chairman Severino and Member Bender voting against the recommendation of denial. The applicant is here and has a detailed presentation. As you can see, there are members of the public who also want to speak. I'll be glad to answer any questions y'all may have after the presentations or at any time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'm Tom Sullivan with the Gray Robinson Law Firm, 301 East Pine Street in Orlando. On behalf of Racetrack on this BPUD amendment request, have some folks here with me this afternoon. Tom Hardy, Racetrack's Director of Engineering for Florida, Brian Potts, our civil engineer, and Muhammad Abdullah, our traffic consultant. I wanted to start off just by saying that we've enjoyed working with your staff. We've been working on the project for several months now, as I think a lot of you've heard. And I think it's fair to say that we've come about as close as you can to getting their recommendation. I think Mr. Irvin was pretty clear as to why we didn't have their recommendation regarding the size of the store, which we'll talk about more in a minute. We know, I wanted to say up front too, we know there are a number of folks here from Lake Winnipesaukee this morning. I also wanted to say, as I said at the PLDRC, that we really appreciated them accommodating our request to meet earlier this summer. I think we met with them back on May 2nd and kind of exchanged some ideas and sort of had to agree to disagree, but I appreciate the dialogue with them and certainly wanted to say that on the record here today. So with that in mind, Mr. Chairman, we've prepared a PowerPoint presentation that addresses the kind of the main concern that we've heard throughout the process, which is traffic, as everyone I think knows. And the PowerPoint is largely designed to address that. So if I could ask, yes, ma'am. Thank you. So while we're waiting for that to come up, the PowerPoint walks through the traffic, but it also just, there's some information up front as to why we think the request makes sense in general. So the first slide, I'll be quickly move through these. I know we've got a time limit to adhere to, but the first slide just tells you a little bit about Racetrack as a company. I would guess that you've seen a number of their newer generation of stores, primarily in the Deltona and the Daytona area of the last few years. This would be the first new store in the unincorporated area. And Racetrack employs about 180 employees. Countywide, this would put that number over 200 with this store. This slide just shows you a little more information about Racetrack's growth in recent years, and you can start to see on the bottom there how some of the newer stores look. This slide just shows you the 13 existing stores. There's 3 more that are planned in the county, and the next slide shows you a little bit more about what the newest generation of stores look like on the inside and on the outside. You can see, and this is, I think, somewhat relevant in terms of the size of the store, but there's a lot of new product offerings that are provided at the newer stores. There's Racetrack's frozen yogurt brand Swirl World and some newer freshly made products that are associated with the newer stores that would be excited to bring to this location. I should also mention there's an outdoor seating area that you can see kind of in the top left image there as well. This was actually the prior version of the presentation, but that's okay. We can work with this. Okay, we can roll with the punches if we need to. Thank you. All right, there we go. That's perfect. Thank you all. So this is a artist rendering of the canopy and the store that we would like to do at this location with the council's support. We agreed not to do the traditional red canopy with the white stripe that you typically see with the Racetrack's corporate colors. This is a neutral earth tone color. And I mean, look, we're proud of the way this looks. We think it's an attractive building, and we think it compares favorably to our competitors. And we wanted to just highlight that for you in terms of what this would actually look like. The next slide shows you an aerial where the proposal here is at the southeast corner of Kepler and 44. You can see the existing Circle K. The aerial's a little small, but you can see it at the northwest corner. Here's a copy of our site plan. I know some of this is already in your packet, but the project's oriented directly towards 44 with access from both 44 and from Kepler. The next slide addresses the size of the store. Now I'm going to change a little bit what I was going to say in this regard, because to be candid with the council, it wasn't really clear. Mr. Irvin made it perfectly clear, but it wasn't really clear to us that the size of the store required a comp plan amendment to go over the 5,000. We were under the impression that that could be accommodated through the BPUD request, partly because the existing approval was for a total of 10,000 square feet. So they were 2 5,000 square foot buildings, but we thought, hey, we're reducing it by 4,500, that it could be allowed. But we understand that. Just to keep it simple, I understand exactly what his point was, that we need a comp plan amendment to change it. So we think we can, so having said that, we would accept the 5,000 square feet as part of this. I won't go into the reasons why we have the bigger store, but we understand procedurally that the council could only approve us at 5,000 today, and that would have your staff's support. So with that said, Mr. Chairman, I want to ask our traffic consultant, Mohammed Abdullah, to come up and go through the traffic, because I think that's really kind of the meat and potatoes of what folks want to talk about. So, Mohammed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Mohammed Abdullah, Traffic and Mobility Consultants, 3101 McGuire Boulevard, Orlando, Florida. As Tom just mentioned, we did some traffic work and traffic analysis at the for this application, and we delved a little bit deeper than we would usually for this level of application, understandably because of the concerns here in the area. So we basically went out and looked at the intersection, looked at the operations, and tried to see what exactly is happening here. We know there have been some past efforts on trying to get some improvements at this intersection. Nothing shocking here. Obviously the roads are 44 is nearing capacity, and Kepler is 44 is at capacity. Kepler is nearing capacity. Parts of the problems are the geometry at the intersection aren't really set up to handle the level of traffic that's there today. So we'll get into a little bit of that. But before we go there, we heard quite a bit about the experience of the residents here with safety and crashes. And while we understand there's quite a bit going on 44 itself, it's a two-lane rural road further to the east and west from the intersection. At the intersection itself, we looked at the profile for the latest publicly available data, and it's really very typical of what you would find at any signalized intersection. A lot of rear-end crashes, but all the really dangerous crashes aren't there at the intersection. Now they may be happening further down on the curves, but that's a different item. As far as traffic, like I just said, the 44 is really the northern entrance into the city, and it's connecting I-4 to the city, so understandably there's quite a bit of traffic on that two-lane road. So zeroing in and going into the intersection, what's going on there? So we went out and took some traffic counts on multiple occasions just to make sure that our counts are correct, and then we adjusted using the factors to make sure we're looking at peak season volumes. And essentially what we found there, the flow patterns in this area are, the major flow is east-west, again, very intuitive. There's a heavy flow to the north going on Kepler north towards the airport and some of the employment centers to the north, and then back. And obviously on Kepler, there's some traffic heading north-south. So those are the competing movements that are trying to jockey for time at the signal. What you get out of this is, because of the way the intersection is laid out, you get very long queues in the direction. So we said, okay, what does that mean as far as driver experience? So we went out and we did what we call travel time study. So we take a vehicle that's telemetric, it has all the equipment, and we drive back and forth on the corridor during rush hour to see how long it takes us to get from A to B. So running from I-4 into the land and back, essentially what happens in the rush hour, it's doubling your trip time, where if there was nothing in your way, that would be a 6-minute drive. With all the traffic and the signals and the stopping, it's a 12-minute drive. And that happens in the morning in one direction, in the evening in the other direction. So it's pretty balanced. The queuing, as I just mentioned, it's coming around the curve, and what we've observed in the westbound. So heading towards the land in the morning, it queues all the way around the curve and in front of Lake Winnemiasat. And again, that's not the way you want it to be. So we started to get into why does that happen? What's causing this? And especially in that westbound direction, if you look at the approach, there's a very short right turn lane, and a lot of that traffic that's waiting in the line is trying to go north on Kepler. Yeah, but they just can't get to the signal to go. So they're stuck waiting behind everyone waiting to go through. So we built a model to see how we can best replicate that and fix that. And this here shows you basically a model of what's going on today. And you can see here, it's going to zoom in a second. All those cars that are in white are going through, all the yellows are trying to turn right. And you can see them, they're stuck behind the white cars just to get to their lane. So every time the light goes red, they end up queuing back and back and back and further back. So we thought a pretty straightforward, pretty simple way to fix this. This isn't the global solution, but what could fix this is take that right turn lane and push it all the way back as far as we can go without interfering with other access points. So here what you see is a plan to take the existing right turn lane, which is currently about 200 and odd feet, and push it back to about a little bit more than 1,000 feet. So we're creating essentially a much longer area that cars can store, and other cars that are trying to go north can get in behind them and get to the intersection. So they're not stuck waiting. And what happens when we do that, we basically reran the same scenario with that additional lane. And what ends up happening is now you can see all the cars that are going through are stacked in their own lane, and the right turners can get in behind them, get to the light, and make a right. So you're taking about a third of the traffic that's there on the road and getting it out of the way. So it doesn't have to queue all the way back. And if you look at the response is, now that those people can go, that line of cars that was otherwise going all the way back to Lake Winnipesaukee is now handled pretty much at the signal. And you can see that. You can see that long stack of white cars, and the yellow cars are just getting in behind them and turning. And this is the exact same period as you saw the other simulation, so nothing's different in the volumes. In fact, we added the volumes from the project on the second scenario. So that was also handling the additional development. So why also we think another factor in having a convenience market versus the other uses that were proposed at the location. This is, convenience markets tend to be convenience generating trips. I mean, if it's not convenient to go there, you're not going to go there. So as opposed to a medical office where if I have an appointment at 8 o'clock in the morning with my doctor, I'm going to Kepler and 44 to go to my appointment. With this type of use, it really captures about 3/4 of its traffic from the existing traffic that's there on the road. In fact, in this case, I think, my opinion is that would be even higher, because I'm not going to go out of my way to go to 44 in Kepler knowing the situation there just to get gas. I can get gas at a lot of other places if I'm not already there in the morning and in the afternoon. So again, the convenience versus the destination use makes a big difference in how much traffic you end up driving to that intersection. And we think, obviously, the convenience use would have a much smaller impact on the operations there. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I turn.
So, Mr. Chairman, we've got a minute to spare, so that's all we had for you, but would be like the opportunity to respond to the comments.
Absolutely.
Or answer any questions you have to. Thank you.
Okay. As I said, this is a public hearing, and we've had the staff report, and now we'll go to public participation, and we have, I think about 15 of you have signed up to speak. You will be given 3 minutes to state your, make your comments. And the first, I would like for you to...
Mr. Chair, I think Ms. Seaman needs to speak.
Mr. Chair, can you verify with Ms. Denny's that she was able to hear and see the presentation?
Did you hear that, Deb?
Ms. Denny's?
I can't define presentations. I have all the
You had
emails
the
and
PowerPoint
that have been referenced.
The PowerPoint presentation that was sent to you earlier, were you able to go through that PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Thank
yes.
you.
Yes, I have all the email attachments and the pictures. Yes, and they've been opened and read.
Okay. Well, before we get to the rest of the council, no, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, and each of us will state any communication that we've had. Jamie, when we do that when we go to council, not at this point. So, if you would come and this is, state your opinion. If you could try to move through this pretty quickly, because otherwise you're going to be sitting there for about an hour. And the faster you can get up here and share your thoughts, and we want you to hear each of you, but we would like to move this along as quickly as possible. If something has been said, then you agree with it, it'd be kind of you to say, I agree with the previous speaker, instead of continually repeating the same thing, but each of you are entitled to your opinion. And if you could, the first speaker is Keith Allen, followed by Tom. Tom's the district superperson, Tom Henry. Tom would be second. And then I'm going to have to get somebody to do the names. Tom, you're Keith.
Keith.
Okay, state your name and address for the record. And
Yes, I'm Keith Allen, and I live at 1990 Second Avenue, DeLand. And as I think most of you know, but I know Mr. Patterson does, and I'm in Ms. Denny's district. Where I live is Daytona Park Estates, which is somewhat to the north and east of that intersection, but it's an intersection that I would say probably almost everybody in Daytona Park Estates heavily relies on just for normal traffic. And I even remember one case in which I was on US 92 going from DeLand to my home in Daytona Park Estates. And there was a car wreck, and I had to be diverted. So at that point, I had to go and use that intersection. And that was fairly late at night, but it was still very crowded. In fact, that intersection is just horrendously crowded, and that's how it is now. And if a new store, especially of the type Racetrack is, with the various food items, other items people might need 24 hours a day, and especially the gas pumps, something like that added there on top of what we have now, a couple of new lanes or something like that, that's not going to change it for the better. It's going to be absolutely horrendous. And I think those of us in Daytona Park Estates, I hope there'll be more from that area. But my wife and I, we're just absolutely appalled at the thought this could come in there. It is so difficult to get through there, and not just at rush hour. So I thank you very much for your consideration.
thank you. I have help in reading the next speaker.
The next speaker is Tom, is it Henry or Handy?
I said the same thing. Tom, with you believe you're with the project manager? Okay. You'll wait, okay. Next.
Astrid DePerry, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Astrid DePerry. I live at 113 Lake Winnimisette Drive in DeLand. I am here today as the attorney for the Lake Winnimisette Civic Association. I've been a resident of this area since 1989, and I believe I live about a quarter mile away from this property. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for your time and attention today. You do real good work, and I appreciate it enormously. I'm going to try and keep my opening remarks brief because I know there are many speakers who are going to be presenting a lot of information to you. Just plain and simple, we believe that this proposal is not compatible with the comprehensive plan and is inconsistent with our neighborhood. By any fair measure, what is being presented to you is a form of highway commercial use. It's not a neighborhood convenience store. It's not intended to benefit my neighborhood. It's intended to benefit the traveling public. They've told you that they rely on pass-by traffic, and that's why they're here. If you had time to read some of my emails about the history of the zoning, I can skip over that and jump to what was approved, and that was the BPUD for a bank and a medical office building that was very, very narrowly approved on very, very strict conditions. And if you look at the old package, you will see that there were architect-designed buildings that looked like beautiful houses, probably the nicest houses in my neighborhood, maybe with bigger parking lots. and they were lushly landscaped, and they would be operating during normal business hours. They would not be open 24/7. They would not be catering to the traveling public. At the time, we did not like this, but we said, okay, we can live with this as a transitional use. We're not going to challenge this in court. We're willing to accept this deal. And that's what we thought we had. We thought we had a deal. We thought that this was a good compromise measure for a transitional use. And what we saw was exactly what we were going to get. We were going to have a deal. So what has changed in the intervening time? What has changed in our neighborhood? Is the traffic better? No, the traffic is much worse. Has the neighborhood changed? No, the neighborhood is exactly the same. Has the comprehensive plan changed? There have been no changes to the comprehensive plan that would make this any different. Are racetracks now suddenly looking more like houses and acting more like houses and more consistent with single-family residential? No, it's still a highway commercial use. The city of DeLand has consistently cast doubt on the wisdom of this proposal. Every time it's come before the county, they've cast doubt on this. And most recently, I think you've all gotten a letter from Mayor Robert Apgar, and I don't need to read that for you at this time. So why are we here today? Very simply because Fifth Third Bank, as the attorney, do I get a little extra time,
No,
sir?
ma'am, you don't.
Okay.
Your time is over.
All right.
Thank you.
Then I would like to introduce Joni Gonzalez.
I think she will call the next speaker.
Ms. Gonzalez is up.
Is she the next one?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Good morning, or good afternoon it is now. My name is Joni Gonzalez. We've been property owners at 2225 East New York Avenue, otherwise known as SR 44, for 22 years. I'm the president of the Lake Winnimisette Civic Association, which was established in 1955. We have approximately 200 active members. We also have a petition with hundreds of signatures opposing this development. Signatures of those who can't be here today. Well, the families from Lake Winnimisette, Lake Avenue area, George Street area, Daytona Park Estates, in the Winnimisette Oaks community, please stand. Thank you all for supporting your neighborhood and DeLand's future. All of us that live on New York Avenue risk our lives daily, pulling out of our driveways, taking out the trash, picking up our mail, 18-wheel trucks, cement trucks, cars, and trucks pulling trailers speed past us with no regard when we're near the shoulder of the road. We dare not turn our backs to the road or take our eyes off traffic while doing any of these simple tasks. We personally have been rear-ended 2 times in our driveway. One driver admittedly hit my husband. He was driving his red Jeep that you can see from very far away. He had his blinker on, slowing to go in our driveway, and the guy had his cruise control set at 55 miles an hour. He didn't apply his brakes until he shoved my husband over 75 feet, and he has herniated discs now, and it's changed his lifestyle completely. I have pictures to show of the Chevron signs that are supposed to slow you before going into this turn that some of us call the Bank of DeLand. None of them are visible, and there's one down, and my story will get to that. We've all been first responders that live on New York Avenue to horrific accidents. For 2 years, I've reported these down signs that are pointed out, and there actually could be 2 down along the side of the road. February 28th at 7:40 p.m., our 21-year-old son heard the familiar sound of metal crashing and screeching tires in front of our home once again. He ran out to find a motorcyclist that had been hit head-on by a vehicle that crossed the center line on the 44 curb. He had traumatic head and body injuries. He did not survive. His father followed him on his own motorcycle and witnessed his son's fatal wreck. No drugs or alcohol were involved in this crash. I still wonder what 29-year-old Nicholas Hickleson's family would do if they knew that these signs on 44 had not been taken care of. We simply cannot embrace a larger traffic nightmare to our neighborhood. If the funds aren't available now to racetrack and accept a token fix to this temporary improvement. My neighbors speaking here today don't bring emotions like I do. They bring facts, statistics, and evidence that a 24-hour gas station should not be located at 44 and Kepler right now. DeLand just won the Best Small Downtown in the Nation award for the second year in a row. We have an obligation to help DeLand grow in a positive and beautiful direction. We deserve a grand entrance to our beautiful town. I personally will push for the half-cent tax raise to help our area fund problems like this. Honor the contract and vote no.
Thank you.
Sandra Willikins? Williams, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Captain Sandra Williams. I'm a retired airline captain. These days I fly skydivers out at Skydive DeLand, so I spend a lot of time looking down on Volusia County, so I can tell you that Lake Winnimisette is the gem of this county. All of us here love the lake. We also love this county. So I'm not a lawyer. I would do much better if you just had me in a big complicated plane. No problem. But I have read the county's comprehensive plan and I've compared it to the staff report on this proposal. When I read it, I realized if you actually compare the two, the answer should be no. I only have time for a few of these exciting little bon mots, so let's start with page 40, which says, from the comprehensive plan, which says the size, location, and function of shopping centers and other commercial uses should be related and central to the population and the market area they serve. So we're the market area, and let us be plain, this racetrack is about the worst thing that could happen to our area. It will not serve us. We don't need another gas station. We're good. Now, page 39, quote, residential neighborhoods and other residential areas shall be protected from encroachment by incompatible land uses such as commercial and industrial development. Encroachment from incompatible land use, that is the perfect description of this proposal. I could not have said it better myself. The staff report does say on page 13 that this segment of State Route 44 is considered critical, meaning the existing traffic volume already exceeds the road capacity. Meanwhile, page 46 of the comprehensive plan states that any commercial project in Volusia County is to be located in areas which are adequately served by the arterial and collector road system so as to not burden the local road network serving adjacent neighborhoods. So the road is already critical, and the comprehensive plan clearly says that the road must be able to handle the project, which it can't. So you have to wonder how it is that adding 1,578 extra trips per day, page 15, to an already overloaded road is going to serve the market area, or Volusia County for that matter. I finally figured out what this is about, I think. I know the county wants to do something about the disaster, which is this road, which is excellent. But this isn't it. These improvements are little iotas where big ideas are needed, maybe something to do with Beresford. So approving this project feels a little like busting up the family Stradivarius to make a fire because you're chilly. The benefit is tiny, and then the treasure is gone forever. So there's lots more items in the comprehensive plan, but let's finish on page 42, where it says that all new requests shall be consistent with the comprehensive plan. This is the county's own comprehensive plan. And may I point out, we are Volusia County, not Putnam County. So all of you, this doesn't look like an easy job, and this is local government functioning as it should, so I really thank you all for being here. But surely this should be, I hope, obvious that let's have Kepler Road be the line in the sand. West of Kepler, go for it. East of Kepler, no way. So please side with staff, community, the PLDRC, and vote against this. And by the way, half-cent sales tax increase is fine with me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Linda Culver Dorian.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Linda Culver Dorian, and I live at 790 Onyx Parkway in DeLand. And until 2 months ago, my husband and I owned property for over 14 years at Lake Winnimisette Oaks. So I know this area well. We visited often, and we're good friends with the people who live there. I would first like to thank you for your time for this, but also to point out as an attorney, although I'm representing myself today on behalf of the interests of my friends, but also myself, because any of us who live in DeLand and love the treasures of Port Orange and New Smyrna and go back and forth, and we hope that you all come over to examine our treasures as an arts community. And we have Noble Thin Man Watts concert this weekend, so please come. We all use that too, but most importantly, the neighbors who live out there. This is inconsistent development, and I think it's so important in zoning issues that one considers the impact on the quality of life of the people who already live in the neighborhoods and have invested in this county, paid taxes, work here. These folks are some of the best minds in our community who offer a great deal to the city of DeLand and to all of Volusia County. A development like this, I like racetrack. I think everybody in the room likes racetrack. It's a good business. This is just simply the wrong location. And real estate development and zoning is all about location, location, location. It's wrong, I think, not to honor the plan that the neighbors in good faith negotiated and entered into with the county 10 years ago. And maybe that shouldn't be in place another 10 years from now. Maybe there will be a plan that comes up that really will take care of some of the problems, and it would be appropriate at that time to reopen it. But not now, because this plan, with more than 1,500 additional cars on the roadways every day, is going to cause more accidents, put more of these neighbors at risk of rear-ending and other potentially catastrophic injuries. And I think it would be irresponsible to make a decision that would jeopardize. Quality of life is one thing. The plain fact of life is the ultimate issue. And this is a hazardous area that more traffic would make even more difficult to transverse, and I think that would be wrong. So I also want to thank you. I've been so impressed by the quality of the planning, the PLDRC, and the work those people do. You appoint good people. These are great citizens that study hard, in-depth issues that you all, because of all of your responsibilities, simply don't have the time to do. I think they serve you well, and I think they serve the citizens very well. So I hope you pay deference to their opinion and vote no on this project. Thank you very much.
Deborah Black.
My name is Deborah Black, and I own 108 East George Street, which is the first street immediately south of the property in question. Even at 5,000 square feet, this racetrack would be a large store. In fact, it's larger than 90% of the stores in the trip generation study cited by Racetrack. This large market will offer a selection of coffees which will bring customers in for breakfast. It will offer freshly prepared foods, providing quick takeout dinners and midnight snacks. It will have a 500 square foot seating area for lunches. It will have frozen yogurt with a toppings bar and a wide selection of products off the shelf. Racetrack uses these additions to a basic chips and beer convenience store to draw customers in who do not need gas and are not just passing by. But fuel is Racetrack's main retail product, and its main sales floor is not within the four walls of the store. Most customers who stop to buy gas turn in, fill up, and leave without ever stepping foot in the store. Racetrack's main retail area is actually the pavement and islands that make up the 14 fuel service positions. That retail area by itself is 7,694 square feet for a total retail area of 13,194 square feet. Regardless of definitions or guidelines, this cannot be ignored. Imagine if this station had no store, no building at all, but only self-service pumps. Would this still be commercial space? Of course it would. Racetrack would still be selling gasoline. The building is not the defining factor. There is an obvious difference between a two-lane drive-through where the services and products all originate inside the building, such as a bank, and the 14 freestanding gas pumps that comprise the majority retail area for the gas station. In 2008, Gary Storch, then lawyer for the current owner, called banks and medical offices, quote, more appropriate than other uses such as convenience stores, end quote. The current zoning was granted on that premise, with the county council assurances that there would be no further modifications for more intense use at any time in the future. If you discard that agreement, this is what we have left: a 13,000 square foot commercial destination, open 24/7, on a constrained two-lane street at a failing intersection with all the associated turns slowing traffic and increasing accidents while providing no benefit to the immediate neighborhood as required by the comprehensive plan. I am asking that you look at the totality of the negative impacts and the true intensity of this commercial activity and recommend against approval.
Thank you very much.
Nancy La Riviere.
I'm Nancy LaRiviere. I live at 2215 East New York Avenue, about 200 yards from the proposed site. I own Parachute Laboratories, which is a small parachute company on the DeLand Airport. I'd like to make 3 major points. They are about light and noise pollution, water pollution, and traffic. Obviously, I'm opposed to the building of this huge gas station so close to our neighborhood. I'm in charge of Florida Lake Watch for the Civic Association. Lake Watch is a volunteer lake monitoring program coordinated through the University of Florida. We help monitor and manage Florida lakes, rivers, and coastal sites through monthly monitoring activities. Lake Winnimisset is just 200 yards from the proposed development site. Winnimisset is unique in that it is one of a handful of clear, sandy-bottomed lakes in the state. It's oligotrophic, meaning it has a high oxygen content and little algae. That means it's a good habitat for fish and birds. It's a currently healthy lake. I'm very concerned about runoff from this massive pavement project. The lake has some runoff issues now. After a rain, rubber and oil from State Road 44 washes off the highway and up onto shorelines. Both these gas stations would be on septic. These sites share our aquifer. My drinking well will be 250 yards from the edge of the racetrack parking lot. Other neighbors are a lot closer. Oil and gas will be spilled on this 4-acre lot. There's no doubt that some of that runoff will make its way into pristine Lake Winnimisset. Sites of former gas stations regularly require 3 phases of environmental studies and some form of cleanup. It makes these sites unattractive and expensive for redevelopment. Environmental impact is a given with fuel storage and distribution activities. Lake Winnimisset is home to at least 5 mated pairs of sandhill cranes, a mated pair of bald eagles, a pair of ospreys, red-shouldered hawks, great blue herons, ibis, great egrets, and countless other species that rely on the lake for food and habitat. We lose on average 2 sandhill cranes per year as they try to cross State Road 44. They get hit by speeding cars. Last year we lost 3 sandhill cranes. This year we lost 2. This is an environmentally sensitive plot. I have photos of an active breeding colony of gopher tortoises taken by my neighbor on George Street, Deborah Black. The gopher tortoise is a keystone species because it digs burrows that provide shelter for 360 to 400 other animal species. If you disturb their habitat, excuse me, invasive species often take their place, like cars and gas stations. The photos show gopher tortoises and their burrows on the proposed development site and in the yards that back up to that property. Additionally, where there are gopher tortoises, there are indigo snakes, since they typically share a burrow. Indigo snakes are also a beneficial and threatened species. It would be detrimental, to say the least, to rip out trees and massively pave over green space, raise the local temperature.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you. The proposed gas station won't benefit our neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Christine Levings.
Hi, I'm Christine Levings. I'm a 35-year resident of Volusia County, and I live at 415 Lake Winnimisset. I'd like to share with you another reason why the racetrack proposal is a bad idea. I'm sure you've heard about the Beresford extension. It's been on the books with so many trying to make it happen for more than 15 years. The Beresford extension makes total sense. Everyone benefits, and it has money earmarked for it. In fact, it's on the 5-year road improvement plan. And many of the traffic studies are based on Beresford extension having been completed. Taxpayers' interest would be much better served if you put precious time and resources into something that will actually relieve congestion. As you may know, this extension will lead to at least 20% reduction in traffic volumes at 44. And if well executed, will provide the desperately needed alternative access to DeLand from the east. A logical, well-planned 4-lane extension will also provide numerous opportunities for commercial construction there with significant tax increase revenue. Why would anyone with the best interest of Volusia citizens in mind add to the chaos of this intersection rather than support the Beresford extension? The money pledged by Racetrack to modify the intersection is just a Band-Aid on a terminal wound. The Beresford extension would be the necessary life-saving bypass surgery. A half-cent sales tax proposal, along with other monies pledged, could make the Beresford extension a reality and be a much more significant than the small amount of money to add more congestion to a failed intersection. I hope you, this council, will follow the recommendations of the PLDRC, adhere to the contract of 2008, and tell Racetrack no. Then focus on the real solution, the Beresford extension. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Well put.
Dan Gunderson.
I have a PowerPoint. My name is Dan Gunderson. I live at 113 Lake Winnemucet Drive. I've been a professor at Stetson for 42 years, and I've seen the growth going on in DeLand. And so mine is an aesthetic one, thinking about the gateway entry. And so first of all, I'm going to show you some pictures of other racetrack. This is on South Boulevard. It's a 6-lane with a median. And next slide, please. This is at Saxon Boulevard in Deltona. You can see it's a 4-lane with a median. And you know, this is one thing that all of these views are. Next slide, please. This is something they all have in common. There's a large 4-lane in front of them. You can also see that you can see the building very well because they've used deciduous trees. This is a bald cypress, which do not have leaves in the wintertime. Next slide, please. This is on Woodland Boulevard, 1792. This is again with turn lanes, 4-lane with a medium, which is easily accessed. Getting in and out does not cause traffic problems. And I'm not against racetrack at all, but in terms of this location, next slide, please. This is in DeLand, and again, I'm a tree planter. I planted 1,000 trees since I lived in DeLand. These are longleaf pine, and you can see they lose their bottom branches, so it doesn't do any blockage of the of making it into a residential area. The kind of tree that is used really takes away from what the buffer was intended. Next slide, please. So one thing that's happened at the other side of 44 is the entryway has the same intersection, except again, you can see this is a 4-lane of the 15A, and it has 3 gas stations. Okay, so what has happened when we allow 3 gas stations to come into an area? Next slide, please. You get, this is the 3rd gas station. It's a Circle K, but you see they put in live oaks, which actually are not deciduous, and you just see the signs. This would be a nice thing, and that's what the Circle K is intending to do in the future. Next slide, please. This is what you get. This is the other gas station, and next slide. And this is the gas station that failed. This is what it looks like today when you have too much to serve a community. And what I would like not to have happen, next slide please, is this is going all the way back to I-4. The traffic study they were showing, this is a Wednesday at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do not want to have
Thank you very
the same
much.
thing happen.
Rodney Black.
We took a picture of it. Do you have this one?
Does Ms. Dendes have that?
I don't,
I
don't know.
If she doesn't have that, we can't use it.
No, Ms. Denny's has received that. Ms. Denny's, this is the photo that was sent to you that has the red squares on it and an orange square at the northwest
I
corner.
have it, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm just confirming, because I wasn't aware.
I
Thank you.
appreciate that. Thank you.
You're ready.
Okay, my name is Rod Black. I live at 108 George Street. George Street homes would become the backyard of Racetrack. We all know the overall problem is a very busy and failing intersection at 44 and Kepler. But what's interesting is that this is currently a through traffic intersection. Traffic flows through it on its way to destinations that are located away from it. I think we can all agree the vast majority of these drivers do not live in the immediate neighborhood. But there's a bigger picture here, and that picture is up on your screen. Circle K is highlighted in orange. Highlighted in red are a total of 8 parcels within 300 yards of the intersection that are for sale. I find this kind of curious. Let's look at the 9-acre parcel on Kepler north of the Circle K that is for sale. What type of development will be approved and be built on it? The 10-acre parcel across the street from it is for sale. What will be approved for that? The other 2 corners of the intersection are for sale. Will we see gas stations on all 4 corners in the future? This brings up development versus overdevelopment. There are 2 types of overdevelopment. One is for a whole area. The other is for a particular parcel of land in a specific neighborhood. Clearly, a gas station, a super drugstore, a fast food restaurant, these types of businesses are overdevelopment for both this parcel and this neighborhood. They are not sensitive to existing and adjacent future land uses. So I'm asking you to vote no on this gas station proposal. In the past, a previous county council voted 4-3 to go ahead and start building at this intersection. Today, this county council will decide what the intersection will look like in the future. Keep your eyes on the bigger picture. Do not approve the wrong type of development at this intersection. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Joan Lee.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kelly and fellow members of the Volusia County Council. My name is Joan Lee. I'm a recently retired educator and assistant principal from Volusia County Schools, and I have resided at 424 Lake Winnimisette Drive for the past 26 years. For those of you unfamiliar with the area, Lake Winnimisette Drive is a 2-lane, winding, scenic road which loops around the lake from the southeast near I-4 and extends 2¼ miles around the lake to the northwest entrance at State Road 44. This is just a 1/4 mile from Kepler Road and the intersection of the proposed racetrack. In recent years, I have observed westbound traffic from outside of our neighborhood regularly bypass State Road 44 by cutting through Lake Winnimisette Drive. Cars and trucks use our road as an alternate route because it is faster than wading through the traffic that is backed up on 44. Every weekday morning, these vehicles enter Lake Winnimisette Drive from the southeast entrance and get to Kepler Avenue by turning down Ridge Boulevard or Lake Charles Road, our only 2 intersecting side streets. At the same time, eastbound traffic enters Lake Winnimisette Drive from Ridge Boulevard and Lake Charles Road and drive around the lake in the opposite direction. During peak hours, hundreds of vehicles regularly use Lake Winnimisette Drive as an alternate route as a means of avoiding the traffic on State Road 44. And I know this because, as I am retired, I have time in the morning to count the cars that go by my house. Increased traffic along Lake Winnimisette Drive negatively impacts the personal safety and quality of life of our neighbors who regularly bike, jog, and walk with children and strollers along our road, which has no sidewalks. Those who reside in our neighborhood are mindful of speed limits. They know to be observant of neighbors out for a stroll or run and for children walking to school bus stops. However, those cars and trucks that use our road as an alternate route in their hurry to get to work are speeding through our neighborhood, running stop signs, and jeopardizing the safety of all. I can't even walk my grandchildren down the road without fearing for their safety. Lake Winnimisette Drive is a beautiful neighborhood road that was never intended to be an alternate route for traffic driving from the I-4 area to DeLand proper. The changing traffic patterns resulting from the proposed racetrack development will certainly compound this already serious problem. As a concerned Volusia County resident and citizen and resident of Lake Winnimisette, I urge you to support the Beresford extension to direct traffic away from State Road 44, support the half-cent sales tax, honor the 2008 contract, and most importantly, abide by the PLDRC recommendation by voting no to racetrack. I hope you will take these points into consideration when making your recommendation, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Todd Fletcher.
Good afternoon. My name is Todd Fletcher, and I live at 2423 East New York Ave. I used to live in Syracuse, New York, where I was a critical care paramedic and a fire department lieutenant for over 25 years. I never thought I'd have to use my paramedic skills in my semi-retirement, but I have. I've been the first responder on a number of crashes on 44, the last one involving a toddler stuck in a smoldering truck. This got me interested and led to research on actual statistics, which are quite illuminating. This data comes from FDOT's own crash analysis reporting system. From 2005 through 2010, there were 879 crashes on the stretch of road from Kepler to I-4, with 881 reportable injuries and 22 fatalities. This breaks down to 12 plus injuries a month and someone dying on this road about every 3 months. Forward now to 2011 to 2017. Of course, I have incomplete data because the year is not done. There have been over 1,100 crashes, 867 injuries, and 32 fatalities. This breaks down to about 12 folks getting hurt every month and someone getting killed on this road now about every 2.5 months. May sound like statistics, but those 54 people who have died, they all had families, loved ones, and lives which are now gone. The trend is pretty obvious. The road is in trouble and getting worse, and our citizens are paying the price. I agree that we need to do something about this horrible situation, but letting in a gigantic new gas station for the sake of few improvements to one intersection is not the answer. The answer is probably the Beresford Street extension. The racetrack folks probably pointed out that no one has died recently right at the corner of New York and Kepler. But honestly, this is about the entire road, not just one intersection. Any improvements they offer will not make State Route 44 any less of a killing machine, and they might actually make it worse by increasing traffic. If the county needs to raise funds for improvements, then please. I am all in favor of the half percent sales tax increase. Please, for the sake of lives not yet lost, please side with this community which has made a huge effort to show up today. Side with your staff's report, side with the PLDRC, and vote against this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
John Engel.
PowerPoint. John Engel, 2215 East New York Avenue, has been recorded on many a 911 call. I live, do we have, I'll go on. We're talking about a section of road from I-4 to Kepler Road, which is a very critical section of road. It's about 2.1 miles, I believe, as will come up on my PowerPoint if it shows up. I live right at the apex of that sharp corner before you get to Kepler Road, and that's where the majority of these accidents happen. But I'm going to talk about traffic first really quick. Beresford Extension, I'll click through a few of these slides. You've seen a lot of this. This is what the intersection used to look like back in 2008. It was a single family home previously. Everything, in fact, east of Kepler is residential in nature. Afternoon traffic. 1.25 miles from Summit Avenue, County Road 4139 to Kepler. The traffic routinely backs up to where the bottom part of that yellow line starts. That's fairly common, a daily feature, and I'll show you in the next picture. you've heard a lot about this, but you got to see it in order to know what's really happening. So here we have a green light, the intersection. I'm stopped. This is stop traffic going over 1.25 miles to go through one traffic light at Kepler Road. This is highly repeatable. This day is, this was February 28th. So here we are at 5:26 p.m. going west. Here we are again at 5:34, going around the final corner before we get to the intersection. And here we are at the intersection at 5:38 p.m. You can see the cars extending off into nowhere. So 1.25 miles, 12 minutes. That's an average of 6.25 miles per hour. And that's a common occurrence. This happens in the afternoon. It happens in the morning. Certain days are worse than others, but this is the average. Here's some other afternoon traffic, again at the light. Here's looking at the intersection in the afternoon, traffic disappearing in every direction until you can't see it anymore. Here's the light yellow, but everybody stopped anyways. Green light, everybody stopped. And here's some more afternoon traffic extending off further than the eye can see. So imagine a gas station there with traffic trying to turn in and out of it. All the cars on the road are already stopped, so where are you going to go? Morning traffic is roughly the same. This is that picture that my neighbor Dan gave you before. This is at Grimm Lane, so we're about a half a mile further east of the Summit Avenue light where Daytona State College is, and this is still single file traffic. So morning traffic is roughly the same. FDOT data, 20,200 cars a day on State Road 44, similar to a lot of other 4-lane median roads around the country or county. Accidents. I started taking pictures of these 3 or 4 years ago now. This is a common occurrence in front of my house.
Thank you very much.
Please consider the fatalities before you vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jay Lawyer.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Jay Lawyer, and I live at 228 Lake Winnimisset Drive in DeLand. And thank you for your time. I, along with the community, oppose this rezoning and ask that you each vote to do the same. Based on what we've heard today, it is worth visiting. What do we know and what do we not know? Where are the risks of getting this wrong if we approve the rezoning? What we know is best described by one word that has been used by many in this very room about the intersection of 44 and Kepler: disaster. What we do not know, and with all due respect to everybody present today, no one has the ability to absolutely foresee how severe the consequences may be of the current rezoning. We do know that this intersection is untenable, unburdenable, and is a disaster. We do know that mistakes have been made in the past that have put us where we are today. And we know that there are other alternatives to fixing this problem that do not burden us with the risks brought forth by the rezoning. We do know that if rezoned, there's a real risk of turning a current traffic disaster into a long-term tragic reality. And I have a few requests for this council. I ask that you be patient and vote no. This decision should be based on fact and not supposition. Please wait until the Beersford extension and other traffic relief efforts are realized and in place before you make any decisions of this magnitude to impact our community. I ask that you consider that a rezoning approval risks making an indelible footprint on the doorstep of this county seat and our gateway to the city of DeLand. The risk is real and acknowledged by all parties. I ask that you acknowledge that there may be an even more costly burden. It may be counted in dollars today, but consider that the overburdened traffic, if one more accident or fatality on these roads feeding this intersection occurs, or if one child is injured on Lake Winnimisset Drive due to diversions, it will be horribly regrettable. Sadly, it will then be almost impossible to unmake because the footprint will then be in stone. Only after the current issues are rectified without rezoning will we know what is and is not sustainable for the area and how best to serve the residents. In closure, please give proper due weight to the voices of your citizens, the community elected leaders who've raised their concerns and their fears about the recommendations of their realities. This is a major amendment, and with that in mind, should be denied, given the risks involved and the known issues as presented, such as a half-cent sales tax, which I too do support. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
And the last speaker is Todd Comings.
Todd, we've been looking for you. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Well, just better than dancing or doing something like.
Good afternoon. My name's Todd Cummins. I live at 119 Lake Winnipesaukee Drive. I've been in that area since 2003. So I frequent, obviously, Lake Winnipesaukee Drive. I'm only bringing this up because it hasn't been brought up yet, but coming out of Lake Winnipesaukee Drive and turning onto Highway 44, you can make obviously a right or a left. 90% of the time you can't make a left because the traffic is so bad. So you have to make a right, and then I'll make an illegal U-turn on 44 to go back east. So that's one part of the issue. When you go to where they're building this gas station, the main part, the community that this affects the most, you see everybody here from Lake Winnipesaukee, won't even be able to use this convenience store because it's a right turn in, right turn out off of New York and off of Kepler. So we can't turn to the right on 44 and then turn left into the gas station because it's a right turn only. We can't even go and turn on Kepler and turn in because it's a right turn only. So the people that this is affecting the most by this being there won't even be able to use this convenience store. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you very much.
There are no more public participants.
Yep. Mr. Sullivan,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Tom Sullivan again. Wanted to make a few points in response to what I just heard. I'll try to just go through these rather quickly, but first, there was a statement made earlier regarding the comprehensive plan and that the project wasn't consistent with the comprehensive plan. I just wanted to point out the use is permitted in the property's ULI comp plan designation. That's frankly why we don't need a requested amendment to the comp plan for this use, because it's already consistent and approved. So I just wanted to point that out for the council. With regard to compatibility, I think there was a statement about the use being incompatible. I mean, the first thing I would say in that regard is the Circle K is already there. It's already across the street. The use is already in the immediate area. And as I believe the council knows, we're matching the number of gas pumps that they currently have. I understand they're going through a process right now, and they'll probably be in front of the council fairly soon. But they've got 7 pumps. We're asking for the same number to match them, and that's partly because of compatibility with what's already at the intersection. A similar related point is this property is 4.1 acres in size. And as I mentioned, some of the other racetracks that you might see around the area or anywhere, frankly, is you've got about a 2 to 2.25 acre piece of property. So we are proposing, I want everyone to make sure that this is clear because it's incorporated in the staff report and in the developer's agreement, but we're proposing to limit the development on this property to this single use, which is why you have the open space percentage that you do here. And I think that's another significant factor that weighs in the compatibility question. We've only got 8.6% lot coverage. I mean, that's a fact that's in the staff report that I wanted to point out to you. With regard to traffic, as I said at the beginning, I mean, we've known right along that's the most significant issue that keeps coming up. I'm no transportation engineer. That's why we had our expert here, Mr. Abdullah, who is a professional, come in to explain our thinking on that. And I want to just recap what I think the most significant points were. Number one, the traffic is an existing problem. I mean, everybody knows that. That's been said here today. It's generated downstream from people coming off of I-4 and coming in and out of the land. It's there now. We know it's bad. We're not arguing that point, but we think but it's not being created by this project. And I just want to make sure that point is clear here. Number two, the operational improvements that we're agreeing to make, and we went into some detail on that. They're significant and they are costly. They're in the neighborhood of $500,000, and frankly, they more than offset racetrack's impacts in that regard. It's more than what our proportionate share would be, and we know that. But those improvements will help the traffic situation. They're not going to solve the entire problem. We haven't said that they are. We're not taking that position, but that wouldn't be fair to ask of this project anyway. But I think it's critically important that we've demonstrated to you that through our traffic analysis and through the simulation that we showed you, that intersection is going to function better with the added traffic from Racetrack, but with those improvements together. I think that's a really important point. Related to that, I mentioned the Circle K already. It's coming through your process. It seems to have some momentum. It's got staff support. I think it was recommended by the PLDRC. If that project gets approved, you're going to have a set of improvements on the other side of the road, I believe, that are being required. And for this intersection to function ideally, you're going to have improvements on both sides of the street, not on one side. So really both sets of improvements we need to go through. We talked about, I would also say too, when you think about how this is going to function, Circle K is going to get a lot of the AM traffic kind of going westbound. People can make a right in, they can easily get into the site. We're going to get a lot of afternoon traffic. I think if you have both options for people, you're also going to have an added benefit for people not trying to cut across if they only have one option, and they absolutely have to get gas. We mentioned that we think the convenience use is superior to the destination uses, which already were approved. The traffic's already on the road. You're really just catching that pass-by traffic for the most part. Regarding the letter from the Mayor DeLand, and I'm trying to obviously cover this stuff before I run out of time, but that letter says that the roundabout solution that they're talking about is going to take years to be implemented. The improvements that we're talking about here that, again, we've demonstrated to you are going to make a real difference here are going to be done when this project's developed. And frankly, that could be, we anticipate would be under construction by June of next year. So that's a real world improvement. I would say the same regarding the Beresford extension. From what I understand about that, there's needed right-of-way that hasn't yet been acquired, and therefore that is very much in doubt as far as when that's going to happen. It's likely quite a bit off into the future. In conclusion, as your professional staff said in their report and on the record today, they support this request at 5,000 square feet. We've conceded on the record that we would accept that. We meet your criteria to amend the BPUD and the comp plan, the zoning code, and your land development code. And with that said, we'd appreciate your support. Thank you.
I will allow you, should anyone on council have questions of you, I will allow you to return for their questions. And at this time, though, we will close the public participation part and go to council. The first thing I think we should do, Jamie, is to each of us state whether or not we've had conversation. And Ms. Cusack, I'll start with you and go down this way.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've had contact with Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Abella from the racetrack. I've had discussion with Astor DePerry, Linda Dorian, Nancy La Rivera, and Deborah Black.
Okay.
Lots of emails, and they're already on the record. Thank you.
Ms. Wheeler.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I've also had a meeting with Mr. Sullivan and his team, as well as I had a phone call from Ted Duran. And I got numerous emails, which are all on record.
I've had no conversation with anyone other than the emails, which are on record, and my responses to those emails are also on record.
Well, I guess Fred left. I've had conversations, to get the whole perception, I've had conversations with Mr. Sullivan and his team from Gray Robinson, and also Mr. Hardy from the racetrack as well and his team. And I've also had conversations with Astrid. You're going to have to remind me of your last name. To Perry and Linda Dorian in one meeting to get the feel from the citizens, and then I've received numerous emails as well.
And Mr. Patterson, and then you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I've had conversations with Mr. Sullivan and his team prior to even them applying for the special exception or for this.
Let's check with Ms. Denny's too, since she is listening as well, and then also Mr. Lowry, if I may. Fred.
Okay, well, I'll finish that. Astor DePerry, Linda Dorian, Dan Gunderson, Scott Weiss, the ones that I've had conversations with. Yes, there are emails that I've received.
Same thing for me. Met with Mr. Sullivan, and also
had a phone conversation with Mr. Perry.
Ms. Dennis, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I had a phone conference with, I guess, the same individuals, and of course all the emails that I've received.
Okay. And then Mr. Patterson.
Okay, I have some questions for Mr. Sullivan and that. While he's coming up here, can we have the aerial of the property? Because I have questions relating to that area.
And if that causes us to lose Ms. Denny's, we'll have to get her back. Okay, I'm looking, maybe I can do this. That's not working. The area where it is, I can see a bunch of residences which would be on the southeast corner there. And what I see right now is a lot of trees there. Will they be clear cutting all those trees out of there?
That's a good question. Brian, can you come up real quick? I'm gonna answer your question, but I want to make sure I'm giving you 100% accurate information. I think the answer is we're trying to keep as many as we can along that border in addition to putting up a wall, but do you want to give a specific answer, Brian?
Brian Potts, Tanith Design Engineer. There is a buffer that we're required to keep natural along there, and we also plan on putting up a screen wall.
So all those houses back there will be impacted somewhat from this, trucks coming in and out of it, in the back or in the front, or where would they be coming in?
They would, they'd be coming off of 44. I mean, we have access off of Kepler, but I think Tom, do you want to come up here on that? I'm going to ask Tom Hardy to come up. He's a little more familiar with their operations in terms of the deliveries, but.
Tom Hardy, Racetrack Petroleum, 200 Galleria Parkway, Suite 900, Atlanta, Georgia. I believe the question was, are the trucks and all that going to impact all of our deliveries, and all of our fuel deliveries will be in the front, fronting along 44. We try to front load a lot of our impact on the front side. To Brian's point, our site plan and our efforts are trying to screen and best lessen the impact on our neighbors and try to be a good neighbor in that way, and try to keep a lot of that stuff situated away from them. To Tom's point, we will come off of Kepler, we will come off 44, but immediately turn back towards the front part of the site, away from them.
What time of day do the trucks deliver?
Our store delivery trucks are business hours during the day. Those guys have families, same as everyone else. Our fuel deliveries are for the majority during the business hour, the same normal business hours. However, our tanks, trucks and all that do run 24 hours. There are sensors in the tank, and they do, but usually it's our much busier stores that receive those deliveries, off hours. We don't anticipate this one being one of those. So for the most part, most of our deliveries, all of our store deliveries will be during the day, and for the overwhelming majority, our fuel deliveries will be during the day also, sir.
How big are the delivery trucks?
Standard semi-truck, 53-foot. Our site plans and the truck turning radius that was one of our site plans, showing that our trucks, we take great pride in making sure those trucks can navigate the sites easily. As you can see there on the screen, they navigate away from those neighbors in the back. Everything's situated in the front, and some of our delivery trucks come in there on the side, you see.
Okay, so fuel delivery?
Daily food deliveries, we got to have the goods come in from our local bakeries and all that come in, delivering donuts and things of that nature. So those are delivery trucks.
Other delivery trucks like bread trucks?
Yes, sir.
That?
Beverage trucks, things of that nature.
Other type of goods are coming in there?
Yeah, anything we sell in the store that's delivered.
Daily, weekly?
Some of those, there's going to be a daily truck there. The alcohol beverage truck will be there sometime during the day. You'll have a Coke truck there, a Pepsi truck. There'll be one or two every day.
Okay.
So.
So the hours of operation will be what, 24 hours a day?
Yes, sir. We're 24 hours operation. We find that that helps. There are customers that come in and do business with hours that have those swing shifts and things of that nature that'll come in and do business with hours over that. Also, a lot of time that's what Racetrack takes a great deal in our reputation of keeping clean stores and Holly making it where somebody wants to come in. And we do a lot of our maintenance and our cleaning during those overnight hours. And if it's our opinion, if we have employees there, keep the doors open for those guests that do want to frequent with us during the night.
Okay. The picture I have here right now, so where is George Street? Is this, I'm trying to figure out where George would be on this.
Is that to,
I'm
to
looking
the south?
at,
Yeah, south, sir. Right there.
okay, right there. So this is a buffer between, what is all this right behind the store?
Yes, sir. Right there, what you're pointing out, that is
Yeah,
the buffer.
coming down.
Yeah.
That's the buffer, and what's behind that?
Those are the houses. Those are actual. What you're pointing out right there. Those are actual the residential lots, and you've got that buffer there. Then also, Brian pointed out we have a screen wall on our side, right here, right there where your pin is, a screen wall that will screen the back of house, and you'll see nothing. We've had 6-foot screen walls like that at many of our other stores, and it screens every bit of the back of house deliveries and all that. That you'll see that those neighbors potentially could see through that. That looks like a 20-foot or 15 to 20-foot buffer there.
Okay, from the site plan I'm seeing here, it looks like you're gonna have to clear cut all the trees, or.
Well,
I mean,
from the.
If you got the retention pond, I guess, over there, and then the store, and then all this, it looks like there's not much room for a tree to survive there.
We do have that spot that's, help me out, Brian, that area is a bit undisturbed, correct?
Yeah, we have a code requirement that we maintain 15% of the site trees in natural state. So a large area that we're planning on keeping is that area buffer between the houses along George Street. Oh, I apologize. We have a requirement in your code that we maintain 15% of the natural trees on areas on site. So this area, buffering the houses on George Street, I believe it's actually a 30-foot buffer, is intended to stay natural. We're planning on keeping those trees to help with the buffer and the code requirement.
And the storage tanks, where they're gonna be located at?
Fuel tanks will be front of the canopy.
Front?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The security lighting, is that gonna be on all sides? Or, I mean,
Our lighting plans, the security lighting and the site lighting, that's all will eliminate all the parking area and the vehicular use areas. That is, we use today's technology with LED lights, downcasting, that the light pollution bleeds out very fast. We can comply with night sky requirements, so that there's our dark sky requirements to make sure there's no light spillage or light pollution to the neighbors. We've done that when we've been adjacent to neighbors, so we're more than willing to put on the record that we do dark sky initiatives for our lighting plans.
okay, thank you.
Dr. Lowry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, you go ahead.
I still have.
Keep
I'm sorry.
You're
I
good.
want to keep
My
going.
bad.
I don't really, I just want to make a couple of statements here, because I live near interstate. I'm not on Winnemucet. I'm on Lake Charles, so I'm close to all of this from where I live. So that's more of a disclosure here, so people know that I am in that neighborhood and I'm affected by the traffic that's out there. I'm to the point now, going to my office in Daytona Beach, I use International Speedway Boulevard, because it's too hard to turn left out to get to State Road 44. In the afternoon, it's a nightmare, and it's actually at noontime. It's pretty much a nightmare out there all the time. And I understand that a lot of people are just traveling back and forth. They're not necessarily going there, so the traffic is there. And we've been working on this. I've been working on trying to improve this for over 20 years, but I've run up to some brick walls along the way. So hopefully I can get this stuff done and get the intersection fixed in a few years, not a lot of years. Mr. Chair, based on the evidence and testimony presented, I make a motion for denial of the major amendment to the PUD as a character of the traffic will have an adverse effect on the transportation system, and the proposed use will have an adverse effect on the adjacent residential area. That is my motion.
Motion made for denial by Mr. Patterson. Is there a
Second.
second? Was that Ms. Wheeler?
Second
Oh,
by
Ms.
Ms.
Denny's,
Ms.
sorry.
Denny's.
I knew I didn't see anybody down here looking. Motion's made and seconded.
That's just to get this discussion
Just a
going here.
discussion. I don't see anyone else's line. I'll just make a, oh, you did have it and it disappeared.
Yeah, it's okay.
There you go. Dr.
Well,
Lawrence.
we have a motion on, but I was going to ask staff a couple questions if I might do that. Whoever's
Play.
representing. If I understand, if this was going to be under 5,000 square feet, the staff would have approved on this. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, of course, we probably can't put words in the PLDRC's mouth, but I'm assuming they would have probably approved as well based on your recommendation, or can we?
I can't, I
Okay,
I would
can't
not
assume
go that way.
Well, I know you guys requested to deny. Looking at that, did you guys do any kind of traffic look at that?
We reviewed the traffic analysis that was provided to us, our traffic engineering group did, and that's included
I heard
in
a
your staff
couple
comment.
times said 1,500 more trips a day. Does that sound like something that you guys
Let me look
came
through,
up with
I
on
don't
that?
have the number right off the top of my head, but it's included in your analysis.
I thought one of them was about 700.
Yeah, I was
somewhere.
thinking that was a little high.
That's not,
Right.
that, excuse me, please don't call out from the audience.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Jamie. Got a lot of people to watch here. I'm trying to check the monitor.
Well, let me go ahead while they're looking
Okay.
for that. The Beresford extension has been brought up several times. Is that something that's going to happen soon? The Beresford extension?
The Beresford extension came out of a 1999 PD, looking at an alternative to the widening of State Road 44. It's been identified and carried through in several work programs, but right now I'm not aware of any funding that's specifically identified for acquisition of right-of-way and/or design and construction.
George may have an answer for you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, this morning's capital project update, we reported on that project and said it was basically put out indefinitely due to, we have issues with land. Originally, when it was thought there would be donation, and I think land has changed hands and new owners in different hands now, and renegotiations have had to begin. So that project right now, and there's no funding to build it. There's only funding, to do some of the initial study.
That's not something that's going to happen fairly soon, then? It's going to be a ways
No,
off.
it's not on our capital horizon.
Okay. Also, as you guys looked at the traffic, the right-hand lane that's being proposed, right-hand lane turning north on Kepler, would that help alleviate that extension that Racetrack is willing to put in? Would that help alleviate traffic flow there?
Okay, first of all, to address your
Okay.
initial question, I'm going to read directly from page 13-33 of the staff report. The report concludes that while the number of new daily trips can be expected to increase by 615 from 963 under what is approved now to 1,578, the number of new PM peak hour trips during a single hour when the highest volume between 4 and 6 p.m. will likely decrease by 63 from 158 to 95. This translates to fewer new trips during the evening rush hour, but a greater number of trips overall throughout the day when compared to the uses currently approved.
Okay.
So what they're saying is over a 24-hour period, you're going to have more traffic. But in the PM peak, which is between 4 and 6, you will have less traffic comparing the two uses, those which are approved and what is proposed.
And then my question was the right-hand lane going from a couple hundred feet to, I think, over 1,000 or something like it. How do you all feel that will help?
Well, obviously, anything that you do increasing the stacking, and I'm not going to speak for the engineers, but I can tell you that increasing the overall length of the stacking gives ability for those trying to turn right to be able to get out of the through lane so that they can get onto northbound Kepler quicker and easier and will not be caught up and queued in the through lane going westbound on 44.
And that's some of the problem, I think, was mentioned, that some of the people said that some of the right-hand turning traffic is taking shortcut through their area, if I understood that correct. So if that can be alleviated some, it seemed like that might even help that. Last question I want to ask the racetrack people, just one quick question. I understand what you guys are wanting to do to help the intersection there is close to $500,000 or more of improvement.
Yes, sir.
Is that normal for you guys to do that?
No, sir. It's not.
All right.
No, I mean, no, it's, I think we looked at what our proportionate impact would be is about $80,000, maybe $90,000 worth of improvement. So we're going well above that.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my thanks to all of you for coming and being active participants in government. It's important that we hear from you. It's also important that we not forget that we do want to increase our tax base, and economic development is important to us. So to Racetrack, we appreciate the fact that you're interested in doing business in Volusia County. And I find that this is a decision that I will be making based on the fact that the impact today it will have on the community to put another filling station in that area. Now, be mindful of the fact that in future years, it's going to have to be addressed, Kepler and 44. It's a terrible intersection there. I know that growth is very difficult for all of us, and in particular, if you're a native of Volusia County, you realize that we've had a jewel in this county, and growth is going to happen. But I want you to know that we have to do all we can to control that growth, and that we have to deal within our comprehensive plans, and even with the plans, we have to consider neighborhoods and the impact that these things will have. The case has been very well presented here today, that they've tried to be good stewards to help us provide a convenience for us, a destination versus a pass-through. You articulated that very well. So I say to both sides that we have got to do something to address the traffic in 44 and Kepler Road. It's going to happen. We're going to have some development there, but we have to do all we can to try to control that development. And so I would ask you to lobby your state legislature and your federal folk to make sure that they help us get on the books, because right now Kepler and 44 is not on the radar. Even the TPO is not addressing it. So it's going to happen, but we need you to be just as diligent about that as you are about this today. So with that in mind, Mr. Chair, I would say that I just thank everyone for being here and for making some good comments and decisions to help us all make good decisions as how we will proceed in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
George?
Yeah, just, Mr. Chair, just want to clarify something I just said for the record. There's no funding for the section from Kepler over to Summit. There is money, a total of $3.9 million in the program for the section Beersford from Kepler Road down to Blue Lake. Now, but again, there's been no design and no, and the property, that's the section where it says it's on hold due to pending sale of property previously expected to be donated. So in other words, we're in property negotiations. So that project is still would be quite a few years out, but there's nothing from there to Summit. So the only section we're talking about would be Kepler to Blue Lake on that. Make sure that's clear.
Heather?
I think what Councilwoman Cusack said, I definitely think bears repeating, and the main issue here is obviously definitely the traffic in that area. We've gotten the letter from Mayor Apgar with the City of DeLand reference to traffic. We've heard from citizens about the traffic crashes there, and I can tell you I've worked that area. I've worked many crashes myself as a zone deputy in that area, bad crashes, and when this came up, that was one of the conversations that I had was the traffic in that area is bad. Improvements to that intersection need to be made right now. If we're looking at what's on the list with the TPO, or what's not on the list with the TPO and the state, we're not looking at anything in the near future to fix all of the various traffic issues that a lot of you, the citizens, have brought up today. Now they have suggested that if the racetrack goes in, that there will be a number of improvements to that intersection. The Circle K, it has been suggested as well that if there's improvements to the Circle K, that the Circle K also will be making improvements to the intersection. I think that bears keeping in mind, that at least that may be a Band-Aid, and in the future we do need additional assistance in working on the traffic at that intersection. It may be a Band-Aid, but I think that the tremendous impact of that Band-Aid at this time should definitely be taken into account as well as we make this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I think if we started today and had the money and had the property, you're 5 to 10 years out, based knowing how things work. And we don't have all the money. We don't have all the property for the new bursary. We don't have the money to do anything at Kepler. And that's one of the reasons this council took the action to try to look and to support a look and study at what we could do for an infrastructure tax, which it's out there still being discussed. Even with that, if it goes through and goes to the voters in November next year and is passed, you're years and years and years away from even PD&E and getting anything done. So you're stuck. I will not go through that intersection, period. I've shared that enough times here with this group. The sheriff and I both got stuck at noon the same day, and by about 20 minutes trying to get through there. I just will not take 44 off the interstate to come through there. I just will avoid it. I personally think, based upon my experience in working with, in this particular type of situation, whether it was as a commissioner or the mayor and now, that right-hand turn lane, that 1,000 feet, may be a stereo strip. It is going to improve the traffic. The increased traffic is not going to be that significant. And I think that it would be first of all, I wouldn't take the Lake Road, I don't know why anybody would take that as a bypass, because that looks like it's not that neat to do that, but I guess you say some people do. It would be an improvement. And you do have to look at everything. Something has to be done with that intersection. I know years ago, John Cheney said he got his hand almost handed to him for suggesting a flyover. That's one way, a roundabout, a flyover. Those of us who serve and study, all of us up here are aware of what a TPO and the process of going through to get something on a list, to get it on a list is time consuming. Then you have to go through all the steps. I'm not going to put John on the spot, but I would probably say that he would say that I was close in my assumption of 5 to 10 years to getting anything done. He said, yes, that's a thumbs up. So that's the earliest we can help. And the racetrack, I guess I can confess I buy gas at racetrack, but I also buy gas at Shell and other places, because those are the two cards that Publix gives when you get the $50 and get to buy one for 40. That's a 20% discount off of $2.50 a gallon gas. That's 50 cents, which puts it down to $2 a gallon. So I'm guilty of that as charged. But I think it is a very, all of you that have come out and expressed, you did a very, very admirable job. I had kind of felt like that I might be able to convince some of you to say, I agree with the previous speaker, but you all had it all outlined so that you weren't repeating each other, so I couldn't say that. So a job well done on your behalf. Several of the statements I took issue with. I won't bring those all up because they weren't correct, but there were statements that were not exactly correct, and I try to weigh those and balance those out. Ms. Wheeler and then Ms. Denny, as I know you're sitting out there, did you want to make a comment?
Mr. Chair, no, I'm
fine.
good, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Wheeler.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to repeat. I kind of go along with everything that Joyce has said and what you have also said, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Racetrack, for putting on such a wonderful presentation, and I always go to Racetrack, love you. This, to me, was about traffic, and I go through that intersection coming over from the east side. That's the way I come over here, and I grumble and I growl and I pray every single time I go through it. I know we've had, at one time, we were even talking a roundabout, and somehow or another, that's all been thrown out, and I think that is where we need to head to progress any further comments at all on that area, is getting that traffic taken care of. I just, we have no idea what they're going to come up with is the determination for how that traffic should be handled, but I think that has to be addressed first. So I am opposed to that.
There's no other comments from the council. I'll ask for a roll call vote. A yes vote would be a vote to deny. A no vote would be a vote to approve. So remember that as you vote. Yes means you deny. A no vote means you approve.
Mr. Chair, to be perfectly clear, you're saying a yes vote because their recommendation, as it appears today, is to deny.
Mr. Patterson made the motion to deny.
Okay. It's been so long ago.
We are moving along at a gopher turtle tortoise pace. Roll call.
May I proceed?
Marcy.
Okay, Ms. Denny's?
Move to deny, yes.
Mr. Lowry? Dr. Lowry?
No.
Patterson?
Yes.
Post? Ms. Post?
No.
Sorry, Mr. Patterson, I should have called you Mr. Patterson. Ms. Wheeler?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack? Yes. And Mr. Kelly?
No. The motion
motion
passes 4 to 3. Huh? 4-3.
4 to
Correct.
3.
4 to 3.
So the motion is passed to deny. Thank you all for coming. We'll give you time to.
Could we move for a 10-minute recess?
We're going to take 10 minutes. Everyone can stretch their legs and we can go get some coffee. Is Ms. Dennis on? Deb, are you there? I'm waiting for Deb Dennis to see if she's here. Well, she's not here, but.
Let's make sure that happens, staff.
Yes, Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm
Okay.
here.
Okay.
Thank you. And Ms. Cusack is
She'll be here momentarily.
here momentarily, so
Her purse is here, so she's still here.
she hasn't left. So with that, we'll go ahead and reconvene the council meeting, and we'll go to the item at hand, which is item 14. Mr. Deneen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This today is the follow-up meeting to address and move forward the direction of the council to the staff at your October 7 meeting to support and endorse the proposal from Brown & Brown to locate their future headquarters on Beach Street in downtown Daytona Beach. Today we have representatives from Brown & Brown to address any questions you have on the project. I especially want to recognize Cece Brown, Hyde Brown, and Powell Brown are here today. Powell, if you'd like to come to the microphone, he can open some comments for Brown & Brown. Before he speaks, I want to point out that what we have is a report ready from the County Attorney's Office on the details of the Economic Development Grant Agreement between Volusia County, Daytona Beach, and Brown & Brown. And at the direction of the council, Mr. Chair, Jamie Siemens ready to explain how we put your direction in place legally that provides for the $4.5 million of capital infrastructure, and we're defining what those are, how the payments are going to be made, and the protections if the project does not go as planned. Thank you. Mr. Powell?
Mr. Chairman, council members, thank you for the consideration of this project. We have several teammates and the expanded team here that came today. So in the event that you have questions, I would hope that we have everybody here that could address any of your concerns. If I may take a moment and ask everybody on the Brown & Brown team or affiliated with Brown & Brown, if you could please stand up, that would be good. So we think somebody in this group will be able to answer your questions. Y'all can stand up and sit down. Thank you very much. I have to tell you that I've thought about our comments the last time that I was here, and I have been pleasantly surprised at how people have responded to two terms: teammates and partnership. Those are two common terms in our firm. We have teammates only, as you heard me say, and we work with we have partnerships with people, and that's the way we viewed this all along. So we believe, as we've said before, that we have an obligation back into the community, which has given us the opportunity to earn our livings and launch our company. And as I said before, we're not thinking about what it looks like when we're 8,600 teammates. We're thinking about what it looks like when we're 25,000 teammates, and how many of those people will be here and around the country and maybe even around the world. But I just wanted to say thank you in advance for your consideration for this very important project for our firm and our teammates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Powell. Mr. Chair, if you'd like at this time, what Jamie could do is quickly walk you through the agreement that you have before you that specifically outlines legally of the things that you ask us to do in a format that I think you believe you need to make sure that you feel good about how we're going to make this work for the public. Thank you.
Okay. Jamie.
Mr. Chair and Council, you have in front of you an updated version. There have been no changes since the document was attached to the agenda item. However, it was collated into one document, and what you see is the commitment of the two partners. You already have the signature pages of Brown & Brown and the City of Daytona Beach in the agreement that I just handed out to you. The agreement is, as Council said, that you wanted to commit up to $4.5 million. The agreement provides that your funding will first go to the roadway improvements and the drainage in order to improve the stormwater and the quality going into the Halifax River. Brown & Brown showed their commitment to this project by offering to front the infrastructure. They will be constructing it with their own funds up front. Upon completion of the infrastructure, they will be reimbursed. Daytona Beach agreed that whatever the amount that will be reimbursed from the county will be equal by the city up to the $4.5 million. So if there appears to be that the county's portion seems to be higher or the city's portion seems to be higher, we both will pay the same amount, up to the $4.5 million each, up to $9 million total. Once the infrastructure is complete, Brown & Brown will notify the city. We will go over that with the city. We will provide the money to the city within 30 days of the request, and the city will then reimburse Brown & Brown. This way we know that the public has gotten the infrastructure that was promised by the agreement. It also keeps us out of the way of Brown & Brown. They get to control how the project proceeds, whether the building gets constructed first or the infrastructure first. That's very important for them to be able to have their engineers determine that timeline. The City of Daytona Beach will ensure that there will be a public bidding for the public infrastructure part of the project, and they have provisions in this contract for the City of Daytona Beach to oversee that aspect. In order to ensure that everything is constructed and it correlates with your QTI grant, Brown & Brown has committed that they will build up at a minimum 175,000 square foot building. The key was not the amount of money they put into the building, but the size of the building. You could build a $30 million, 20,000 square foot building. Or you can build a quality 175,000 square foot building and fill it with jobs. And that's what Brown & Brown committed to do for us. They also committed that they would meet a benchmark that was in the QTI grant. They must have 450 jobs in place by December 31, 2022 to qualify for the QTI. Now, the QTI is 600 by December 31, 2023. But to match that, they have committed in this agreement that they will meet that 450 job benchmark. If they do not meet the 450 job benchmark, or they do not meet the 175,000 square feet, they fall short by 90%. By 95%, by 70%, our contribution will be reduced by that equal percentage, and that calculation is spelled out in the contract. And I believe that hits the highlights of all of the items that were meant to protect council's investment. And as I said, the commitment is shown because you already have signed pages by both your other partners, and now it's your turn to decide whether you're going to join them.
Mr. Chair, and it's the final piece, because they always ask me, where's the money coming from? Okay, if you decide to move forward and vote for this agreement today, at the next meeting, I will have a budget resolution brought forward, and I will be moving 4.5 from my economic development reserves, because I have $6 million in there, to a separate fund specifically for this project. So it will no longer be either a hindrance or in competition with any of the other funds we have. So it won't interfere with any of our funds going forward.
Okay. Any questions by council? Ms. Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a comment. I think for any of our constituents who have questioned this whole action, this is your money being put to good use. When you're talking about 4.5 million and approximately 249 million, I think it was, return on investment annually, this is a good decision for us to make for the citizens of Volusia County. I think with this agreement that we have, it has protected us in every way that the citizens would want us to protect them. And that is, they have to produce, and the money, they can have the money when we see the evidence of it. I think this is a wise decision for all economic development and for our area, for Daytona Beach, for Beach Street, for the economy of Volusia County. I am very encouraged by this, and again, I think this $4.5 million is a really good investment in our future.
Ms. Post. No, Ms. Cusack, you switched.
I would agree with all that Ms. Wheeler had to say. Just let me be mindful that it's important that we look at the future of this county. And when you talk about economic impact and development, you have to know that this is far-reaching, this investment. And that's what I call it. It's an investment in our future, and for our children and our children and children's children. So I think that we have to look at all ends of the spectrum here and make sure that we have done everything to provide that amount of time and longevity for the growth of Volusia County. And we have to do that one step at a time. And this is a good step in the right direction, that we will build an economic base in Volusia County that will keep our children home. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I would move for the approval of the Brown & Brown Economic Development Grant Agreement with the City of Daytona Beach and Brown & Brown.
Second. Wonder how that vote's gonna go.
I'll give the second to Ms. Wheeler. The motion's made and seconded. Ms. Post, you have a comment?
I do have a comment. I think it's very important that a couple things be mentioned for the public. I know there's been a lot of questions, and $4.5 million is a lot of money, obviously, especially to the average citizen. That dollar amount gives me, as well as anyone, I'm sure, heartburn. But and I'm going to use these two words, and I certainly don't mean to offend anyone, but corporate welfare has been brought up in conversation in the community. And I think it's very important to stress in this situation, I personally do not believe that this is corporate welfare. This money specifically, and it states in the agreement that's been prepared, this county funding will specifically be used for roadway and stormwater improvements for that area, for infrastructure. And so it's not, being spent on the building and all these different things. It's literally being spent on roadway and stormwater improvements for that area, to help that area to grow, to assist in economic development in that area, and as a whole to assist in economic development in Volusia County. And so I just wanted to stress that I don't consider this, even though this is going to a company that has been very successful and long-rooted in the community. I think that this is money well spent, and I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Just want to say this is an investment, as Ms. Cusack pointed out, in the future of generation after generation after generation. The catalyst that this will provide for Volusia County will be so far-reaching that in a few years, people will not believe where we are on the map and what we will be able to attract, because the stimulation that this is going to do, not only for Beach Street, it's going to be so far-reaching. It's going to affect Beachside. It's going to affect us here. It's going to affect us north and south, and it's going to be the most positive, single positive event in many of our lifetimes. There's probably others that have done, I know previous councils have made decisions, but I'm so positive of this. I already practiced signing where you signed the agreement. So just give away my secret of where I fell on this, but this is one document. I know I have to sign a lot. I'm really proud.
Yeah. Big day at the
to
beach.
put my name on this one.
That's right.
So with that, if there's no more comments, we'll have a roll call vote.
Ms. Denny's?
Yes.
Dr.
Yes.
Lowry?
Yes.
Mr. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Post?
Yes.
Ms. Wheeler? Ms. Cusack? Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you.
On behalf of everybody here in Volusia County and 8,600 teammates currently, we want to say thank you for investing in this partnership. We're very excited about the future, and we appreciate your consideration and participation. Have a wonderful day.
Just in closing, all of Volusia County is a teammate now.
That's exactly the way we feel about it.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Chairman Frank Bruno and Joey Alexander previously here. Frank Bruno is the chair of all chairs, so thank you all for being here and be a part of it. Thank you very much. We'll take just about a 5-minute break and move to the next item. I've got 45-minute drive. So you're not impacted by that. He knows that. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and reconvene the meeting at 3:35, and we'll move to item 15. And this will be, we'll go with Dan or Jim?
I'll just open up, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. Item 15, I think this is a great juxtaposition after we did that, and now we're coming back to a CRA. I think Joyce will maybe want to comment on that. This is the donation we said we would make to the CRA. And Dan, you or Gift, I assume, can answer any questions in the agreement. This was the agreement for the $250,000.
Right. Dan, you going to make a comment, Dan, on this? If or not, you don't have to.
Not unless you have any questions.
Don't have any
Except
questions.
to say that we've distributed to you Exhibit A, which would,
Right.
which was, you saw before, actually, when the city was here before, and to comment that the agreement is with the city also. Actually, the city will be constructing the facility.
Right.
They'll be issuing, we've staged the payments as provided for in the agreement and as described in the agenda item. I don't really think there's anything much else to say. We recommend it for your approval.
Thank you. Just for the record, Ms. Denny's is no longer online, so there'll just be the six of us. Ms. Cusack. And then Ms. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's really, when I was in the legislature, there was someone that used to say, "It's been a good day." I think that was Johnny Bird that said that.
It's a great day in the state of Florida, is what we used to say.
That's what he would say, but I would say it's a great day in Volusia County.
That's right.
And so, with that in mind, Mr. Chair, I think that we have just invested in a major corporation here for $4.5 million that will help to grow this economy in a very positive way for generations to come. Now, this is a contract that we are signing, an agreement, if you will, to invest $250,000. It's an investment, not a handout. It's an investment in a Spring Hill CRA and the city of DeLand. It's agreement with them that we will do what we can to make sure that we have the economic development and the engine tools in place to make a difference in the lives of many folk that live in Spring Hill and in West Volusia. So with that in mind, Mr. Chair, my thanks to everyone involved at making to get us to this place today. I would want to make sure that we thank the citizens in the Spring Hill area that served so well with the CRA and with this and the city and my colleague Mr. Patterson for being diligent about helping us to try to invest to improve the economic structure in the Spring Hill area. With that in mind, item 15, I would move for the agreement with the City of DeLand and Spring Hill Community Redevelopment Agency for funds to construct a new resource center, and the expenditure is for $250,000.
Second.
Is the motion.
Motion made by Ms. Cusack, seconded by Mr. Patterson. Any comments?
Mr. Chair, if I could, just one more detail for
sure.
your benefit, hopefully. Unlike the last agreement, and unlike most that you execute, in this instance, the county council's approving first before the city and the agency. We have coordinated with the city staff, and we have reason to believe that they'll recommend it for this commission approval, but that will occur at a later date.
Okay. Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously, and we will go to item 16, and Mr. Irvin is back.
Good afternoon, Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. Before you is a item where we are seeking direction from the council. As you're aware, we cannot amend any of our codes without the direction of the county council. Over the past 5 years, there's been a series of changes that have been requested by the county council yourself, as well as the Smart Growth and Implementation Committee and staff, as well as just technical changes that have occurred. This is consistent with the Dynamic Master Plan. One of the things that is identified for our department is to improve the efficiency of the organization. And so what we're seeing here is that we've given you a list of specific changes and identified what was the source of the change, be it the council, be it the Smart Growth Committee, be it technical standards or staff-initiated change. So therefore, what we're asking for you to do is give us direction to go ahead and proceed with these changes. As you can see, it's a long list. We are not going to bombard you with all of these at one time. This is basically a long-term plan so that the Growth and Resource Management staff can work through these changes and present them to you in a reasonable time. They will have to go through the PLDRC for review to ensure they're consistent with our comprehensive plan before they come to you. We will also make sure to incorporate any other professional organizations, environmental groups, or anyone else who's associated with these particular topics to make sure that we get feedback from our stakeholders. So with that, unless there's any questions, we would appreciate direction to go ahead and proceed on with those proposed changes.
Mr. Chair, one thing I would like to add is this is one of the main things when we hired Mr. Irvin. This has been long in coming. These are common sense issues that will make economic development better in this community, make it easier, and yet protect the environment and be rational for people. I mean, this thing, remember the big issues for, some of you will smile, Joyce has been a long time, we'd have 3 argument over a historic tree. Well, this allows them to make some rational decisions at their level. If they make an irrational decision, you'll still hear about it. But we heard a lot from people that our regulations need changed, and I asked him to put this together as a work plan. He will bring all those changes to you, so you'll know. But you'll be doing what we've been asked to do for years, which is to update and make this stuff better.
Right. And I think it's a good idea because this is something that all the cities have gone through, trying to look at those. And my suggestion would be to go thorough, but as fast as you can go to get as much accomplished. Don't be afraid to give us too much. If you need the PLDRC to meet more than they meet to get it done, because these are items out there that are hindrances. They're not, they're stumbling blocks in many cases. So clearing that up, clearing the language up and getting that done, I think will only benefit all of us. So is there a motion?
Wasn't that just direction?
Yeah, just direction.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I
You're gonna
would
give us the
agree. I would
wording?
like a motion on this.
Okay. Yeah,
No confusion that this is the work plan for the staff.
Move approval of the work plan for staff regarding the comprehensive land use plan.
Second by Wheeler. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Clay.
Thanks, staff.
Now we'll move to item 17. This is for the appointment to the housing.
Mr. Chair,
Oh,
before they leave, I would just like to say to Clay today that you've done some good work, and I hope that you got through it without too many rollers.
We're calling this Clay Day.
I think this was Clay Day. Thank you so much for all your hard work.
absolutely. Does anyone have a nomination for the appointment to the Housing Finance Authority?
Do you
Your
want-
district.
I guess this is, anyone can make this one?
Okay, I'll just make the recommendation for Robert Alex Bittner.
Robert Alex Bittner has been nominated to the Housing Finance Authority. Any objection to this motion?
Just trying to help.
Hearing no objection, Robert Alex Bittner has been appointed for a 4-year term to the Housing Finance Authority. It begins October 16th, which is passed. We'll move now to item 18. This is for appointment to the Code Enforcement Board.
Is there a vote on that?
I'm sorry?
Is there a vote on that motion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
all
said
the-
without objection.
Okay.
6-0.
Okay. Okay.
Sometimes, maybe I spoke kind of quietly.
No.
Item 18 is appointment to code enforcement. And Marcy, have you received the application from Tom Wright?
No, sir, only the ones you see on your list there.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'll make a motion for Harry Wild,
Okay, Harry
appointment
Wild.
of the Code Enforcement Board.
Harry Wild has been nominated by Ms. Wheeler for the Code Enforcement Board. Any objections? Hearing none, Harry Wild has been appointed. I think it's also a 3-year term beginning November 19th to the Code Enforcement Board. And then now we have, I guess, District 3, which is,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I'll nominate Donald Needham.
I'm sorry, there are three different districts.
Oh, but each person is to, okay, so that would be
So
Deb's.
you have one, yes,
That would be
ma'am, you have
Deb,
one
and she's
nominee.
not here, so
Sorry.
she's off.
I
And
thought anybody could do these, sorry.
I have one, but his application apparently has not been submitted, so I'll hold mine till the next appointed time. And with that, we'll go to public participation. I have no cards of anyone wishing to speak additionally at this time, so we'll close the public participation and go to the county manager.
The only comment I have, Mr. Chair, is that I'm going to, just so with your agreement, we're going to put some directions up there by the technology up at the podium and maybe have you let them know in the future. There's technology that's available to people when they were talking to you that they could have outlined on the screen the things they were talking about. I'm now convinced that I need to put better directions up there, and then maybe we'll have you do is have them understand that they can use the
Okay.
technology. With that, nothing else. Thank
Okay.
you.
Mr. Eckert?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have two items. First, if you didn't already take care of it this morning while I was not present, I would ask that you extend the declaration of emergency by 7 days.
We did that at the last meeting, so we do it again this time. We have not done that.
Also
I ask that you do it again for another 7-day period, please.
Also move.
Moved by Mr. Lowry, second by Ms. Cusack. Is there any objection to extending the emergency declaration for 7 days? Hearing none, the motion carries 6-0. And with that, we'll go
And this-
to, oh, who was that?
It was Dan.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Then the second item is this. I wanted to announce for the record, at last meeting, you had adopted a conflict resolution and with the City of Daytona Beach Shores, and the conflict assessment meeting had been advertised to take place tomorrow. I wanted to announce that it will not take place tomorrow, not because we're not interested in proceeding through the process, but the City of Daytona Beach Shores also adopted a resolution, and they could not meet the advertising deadlines for the meeting to take place at the same time. So it will take place on November 10th at 11 a.m. at the Emergency Operations Center in the media room. At least that's the current plan. Pardon me? Now, this is a meeting it's a public meeting, but it's between the two managers.
Right.
So
you won't be there?
I will be there, or someone from my office will be there, but it's not a meeting of the governing bodies. That
Understand.
That just between the two managers, I'm saying for the public, and
Right.
so there will not, for anybody who is planning on attending, there will not be a meeting tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
That is Veterans Day, November 10th.
And we'll start member comments with Dr. Lowry.
That was the day the city suggested, so we're happy to change it if we can meet the advertising time.
Just real quick, I don't really have that much. Just want to thank staff for the great job they're doing through this hurricane situation. Stone Island people are very appreciative of all the attention that's been given to them, and rightfully so, because a lot of them are really underwater. And just wanted to pass that along. And also, Gerald, I need to see you before we get it out here today. Mr. Britton, please.
Mr. Patterson.
I will be out of town. I'm going to Baltimore to the Smart Rail Conference in Baltimore, and the TPO meeting is on, will be Thursday, no, I'm sorry, Wednesday. So I need to have somebody who is not already on the TPO be the alternate, so. Okay. I will let them know that you'll be there, Dr. Lowry. The other thing I have, we are coming up on the fair, and one of the things that the county council has done in the past is to go to the auction and buy Mr. Piggy, and I nominate Heather Post to be the pig lady. I mean,
Just don't raise your hand unless you really mean it out there.
That's right.
and the alternate will be Dr. Lowry.
When is that?
I don't know. I'll let you know. But it's the auction. You go out there and you hang out, and then you've got to go bid on the pig, and then you'll write a great big check, and then we'll reimburse you if we feel like it. And
I like that part.
We've been donating the pig after he is taken care of, and he is.
I've wrestled a few pigs in my time. I think I'd be up for it.
What was his name?
Exactly.
But then we've been donating it to Halifax Urban Ministries, which gives us credit for our little food drive, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a couple of $100. Okay. Don't raise your hand again, Fred raised his hand to talk to somebody who was trying to wave to me. He ended up bidding on a pig. Oh, that's right, the steer. I think it was up to about $11,000.
Is that it, Pat?
That's it.
Ms. Post.
I wanted to say, I know a number of us went to the Department of Corrections volunteer banquet earlier this month, and I just wanted to say I was truly amazed at how many people showed up that were volunteers for the Department of Corrections for the jail. It was how many people would you say were there, Fred? It was a packed room.
300?
Yeah, it was a packed room of volunteers, and they lauded people that had been volunteering for 30, 35 years for the Department of Corrections at the jail. And I don't think that the general public is truly aware of all of the different things that the jail does for the inmates and the various programs that are provided. I just wanted to make note of that because it really is fantastic, the programs that the jail provides to the inmates. They don't just house them. So let's see. The other thing is next week is United Way Make a Difference Week. So I'm hoping that anybody that wants to volunteer will contact your local United Way, and they have a whole bunch of slots available for citizens to just volunteer in many different capacities. And certainly, I know the hurricane's been over for a while, but certainly we still have quite a bit of recovery and cleanup of things going on. So if you're interested in that, I think that's the 23rd through the 28th. And I won't see everybody till after Halloween, so stay safe.
Thank you. If we can get these comments in the next 5 minutes, we will get out of here before 4 o'clock, which I'd like to see, not 4 o'clock on our timeout meeting. Ms. Wheeler. Ms. Wheeler.
I can do mine quickly. I have one comment. Tony Grippa and Frank Molnar had asked me if I wouldn't ask if Frank Molnar could be added to the Beachside Redevelopment Group. I understand that it will be finishing up very quickly, but they would like him on there because he is the head of the economic development for Daytona. So I just need to know that he can be appointed. So if that's okay with everybody, appointed to that group for their last few months. it's not any of us that are appointing, I mean, this was one that they asked for.
We did the 3 mayors or something.
Yeah.
Do we need a nomination to do that, or can we just?
It's just an appointment.
Just appoint?
Yeah,
Well, if anybody, I'm okay.
yeah, I mean,
Joy?
it's, yeah.
Everybody's okay with you appointing him, then he's appointed, I
Just-
guess.
Yeah.
One thing
Send that kind of a
would be good, one thing would be good is that some of the cities did not take advantage of adding the extra people anyway.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Is that it? Ms. Cusack?
I have no comments.
Oh, yes, we're gonna make it. I'll make mine quickly. Thank you all for letting me go to the governor's mansion. It was very, very nice. It was cool that he remembered Wes Mall, who is the new emergency management person. I'd had a 30-minute conversation with him on my way up. Yeah, well, he promised it. But he did, and then I had I guess it was Tuesday. I had a conference call with Wes and several other people with the talent department in Tallahassee, and found out something strange. There's over $1 million of money sitting there for one of the cities that they have not requested the funds for, that's there. So in Volusia County, over $1 million, and the city has not requested. And it's not necessarily us. We do have, I think, 2 small checks that are there. We have, I think they said they have like 11 left, and there still is about $60 million left up there, that a lot of it I found out that we thought FEMA had approved, they actually had not. So, which is the sad part. We have 2 small checks, but that's cool. Wes Mall is very much on top of it. He's going to be coming in the next couple of weeks to have an additional meeting with several. And tomorrow I'll see those of you that will be here to serve lunch. Yeah. Exciting for that. And on the 22nd of November, I will not be able to be at TPO. That's the day before Thanksgiving, which kind of surprising. Huh?
I'll be there.
I'm gone. I'm surprised. They used to switch that to the 3rd meeting when it came before a holiday. Maybe they will do that. Maybe Deb can get that done, but if they don't.
If they don't, I can attend.
Oh, well, at least we'll have one person there.
I'll be here on the 22nd.
Okay. And other than that, we will adjourn this meeting at 3:58. Thank you all. A great day.
The pig.